sekalian, untuk memulai acara pagi hari ini, marilah kita simak bersama sambutan pembuka dan laporan penyelenggaraan kegiatan yang akan disampaikan oleh Chief Executive Officer of Institute for Essential Service Reform. Untuk itu, kepada Bapak Febi Tumiwa, kami silakan.
Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Bapak Ibu sekalian, para peserta Indonesia Solar Summit 2025, sebelum saya menyampaikan kata sambutan, saya ingin mengajak Bapak dan Ibu sekalian untuk moment of silence, untuk kita bisa berduka bersama para korban dari bencana alam yang terjadi di Bali dan Nusa Tenggara Timur, dan juga berduka untuk para korban yang jatuh pada Minggu Kelabu, 2 minggu yang lalu ketika terjadi demonstrasi besar di Jakarta dan beberapa daerah yang lain. Mari kita berdiam dan mengenang dan ikut berempati atas kesusahan yang dihadapi oleh saudara-saudara kita. Terima kasih. Yang kami hormati Menteri Koordinator Bidang Perekonomian Bapak Erlangga Hartarto yang pagi hari ini kalau beliau berhalangan diwakili oleh Ibu Farah Herliantina, Bapak Menteri SDM Balil Lahadalia yang juga hari ini tidak bisa hadir tapi diwakili oleh Ibu Dirjen Enia Listiani Dewi. Terima kasih Ibu, dua Ibu ini yang selama ini menjadi pendukung pengembangan energi terbarukan di Indonesia. Juga kepada para narasumber, para pelaku industri, dan seluruh peserta hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kehadiran Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas karunia-Nya sehingga kita dapat berkumpul di tempat ini dalam keadaan sehat walafiat untuk mengikuti perhelatan Indonesia Solar Summit 2025. Pertama-tama izinkan saya menyampaikan ucapan terima kasih yang tulus atas dukungan yang diberikan oleh Kementerian Koordinator Bidang Perekonomian dan juga Kementerian SDM yang menjadi co-host acara Indonesia Solar Summit 2025 ini. Dukungan yang diberikan kepada kami IESR menunjukkan komitmen pemerintah Prabowo yang kuat untuk memajukan energi surya sebagai penggerak transisi energi di Indonesia. Kami juga menyampaikan banyak terima kasih kepada para narasumber yang hadir, yang datang jauh-jauh, dan juga ada beberapa tamu dari berbagai provinsi yang ada di Indonesia. Ada Pak Wakil Gubernur Kalimantan Utara yang jauh hadir ya. Bisa ke sini pesawatnya delay 5 jam tadi malam, baru nyampe, sudah lewat tengah malam. Terima kasih dan delegasi yang cukup banyak dari Kaltara. Dan kita harapkan kehadiran Bapak dan Ibu sekalian di acara ini dapat memberikan semangat baru untuk pengembangan energi surya di Indonesia. Para hadirin sekalian, Indonesia Solar Summit adalah acara tahunan yang diselenggarakan oleh IESR dan acara ini dilaksanakan sejak tahun 2022. Setelah 4 tahun penyelenggaraan, kami melihat ada konsistensi perjuangan bersama para penggiat energi surya di tanah air untuk mendukung pengembangan energi surya dan mengarus utamakannya dalam kebijakan dan program pemerintah. Saya menyebut ini sebagai kita semua sebagai komunitas The Solar Warrior, para pejuang energi surya. ISS tahun ini terasa istimewa. Mengapa? Karena ini adalah pertama kalinya dilaksanakan di era kepemimpinan Prabowo Gibran. Dan ISS dilakukan atau dilaksanakan dengan 3 tujuan strategis. Yang pertama, mempercepat pemanfaatan energi terbarukan untuk mendukung kemandirian energi dan transisi energi yang cepat dan terjangkau, khususnya pemanfaatan energi surya. Dan ini sesuai dengan visi besar Presiden Prabowo Subianto yang ingin listrik Indonesia 100% dioperasikan oleh energi terbarukan pada tahun 2040 atau lebih awal. Ini yang disampaikan Presiden ketika berpidato di DPR ketika mengantarkan nota keuangan kemarin. Visi ini adalah sebuah tantangan sekaligus tujuan yang harus dicapai dengan sebuah peta jalan. Energi surya dengan potensi yang melimpah adalah kunci untuk mewujudkan mimpi besar ini. Dan ISS menjadi ajang untuk merumuskan strategi dan langkah-langkah konkret agar PLTS sungguh-sungguh dapat menjadi tulang punggung transisi energi di sektor kelistrikan. Kedua, menjadikan energi surya sebagai motor penggerak ekonomi. Kita sedang berbicara mengenai transisi energi, namun transisi ini juga harus menjadi katalis pertumbuhan ekonomi. Pemerintah mentargetkan pertumbuhan ekonomi 8%, dan energi surya bisa menjadi salah satu motornya. Dengan membangun industri panel surya yang dari hulu ke hilir secara terintegrasi, kita tidak saja mengurangi ketergantungan pada impor, tetapi juga bisa menciptakan jutaan lapangan kerja baru, menciptakan pendapatan masyarakat, dan membuka sektor ekonomi baru yang lebih inovatif. Ketiga, menjadi platform kolaborasi bagi seluruh pemangku kepentingan. Percepatan transisi energi tidak bisa dilakukan oleh satu pihak. Diperlukan kolaborasi erat antara pemerintah sebagai pembuat kebijakan, industri sebagai pelaksana, investor yang menyediakan pendanaan, akademisi yang menyediakan inovasi, dan masyarakat sebagai pengguna dan menjadi bagian dari solusi. ISS 2025 adalah tempat untuk membangun jembatan komunikasi berbagai pengalaman dan bisa menyampaikan visi agar kita semua dapat bergerak ke arah yang sama secara lebih efektif. Di ISS 2025 inilah kita akan mendengarkan deklarasi Solar Archipelago yang akan dilakukan oleh pemerintah daerah, pelaku bisnis, industri, dan komunitas yang berupa komitmen mereka untuk menggunakan PLTS sehingga bisa berkontribusi pada kenaikan bauran energi terbarukan di Indonesia sebagaimana yang dicanangkan dalam kebijakan energi nasional. Ini adalah bentuk investasi swadaya yang dilakukan tanpa subsidi dari pemerintah. Saya teringat ketika ISS tahun 2022 lalu juga terjadi deklarasi komitmen pemasangan PLTS yang mencapai 2,8 gigawatt yang direncanakan dalam waktu 2 tahun. Mungkin Bapak dan Ibu kalau tadi masuk bisa melihat ada panel surya, itu adalah deklarasi yang dilakukan oleh para penggiat PLTS pada waktu itu dengan komitmen mencapai 2,8 gigawatt. Sayangnya pada saat itu para deklarator mengalami kesulitan merealisasikan komitmennya, khususnya untuk PLTS atap, karena adanya hambatan pemasangan kapasitas terpasang PLTS yang kemudian terjadi perubahan peraturan mengenai net metering. Intinya komitmen tidak bisa dijalankan kalau kerangka kebijakan, regulasi tidak mendukung mereka yang ingin untuk memanfaatkan PLTS. Ibu dan Bapak sekalian, pada kesempatan ini pula untuk pertama kalinya kita akan memberikan Indonesia Solar Awards yang diberikan sebagai apresiasi kepada individu, lembaga, badan usaha yang dinilai memberikan kontribusi yang berdampak besar pada pengembangan dan pemanfaatan energi surya lewat cara mereka masing-masing, dan kami menilai kontribusi itu layak untuk diberikan sebuah apresiasi. Para hadirin sekalian, meskipun energi surya di Indonesia bisa mencapai sekitar 3.300 gigawatt secara potensi, tapi menurut dan ini menurut data Kementerian SDM, sedangkan menurut data IESR ada lebih dari rata-rata 7.700 gigawatt, tapi pemanfaatannya masih sangat kecil, kira-kira 1 gigawatt atau hanya 1% dari total kapasitas pembangkit listrik terpasang di Indonesia saat ini. Jika kita bandingkan dengan kapasitas terpasang PLTS dunia yang telah mencapai 2 terawatt atau 2.000 gigawatt pada 2024 lalu, jumlah 1 gigawatt ini sangatlah kecil. Oleh karena itu pertanyaannya, seiring dengan visi Presiden untuk menjadikan Indonesia 100% energi terbarukan, kita harus memikirkan bagaimana agar kapasitas PLTS tadi bisa kita scale up hingga 5-10 gigawatt kapasitas terpasang per tahun. Saya percaya kita bisa belajar dari praktek terbaik dari negara-negara tetangga kita. Australia, China, India, Pakistan, dan Vietnam yang terbukti melakukan peningkatan kapasitas PLTS secara cepat. Dan dengan membuat kebijakan dan regulasi, perencanaan yang terintegrasi, inovasi model bisnis, dan pelibatan konsumen dan masyarakat serta pengembangan industri domestik. Ini yang mereka lakukan dan kita bisa belajar bagaimana pengalaman terbaik itu bisa membantu Indonesia untuk segera scale up PLTS sehingga bisa terbangun misalkan seperti yang direncanakan oleh Presiden paling tidak 100 gigawatt PLTS terdistribusi ya, yang saat ini sedang disiapkan. Kita harus menyadari bahwa pengembangan pemanfaatan PLTS di Indonesia juga memang menghadapi beberapa hambatan. Ada kompleksitas kebijakan dan regulasi, ada perizinan yang masih kompleks, ada akses pendanaan yang terbatas, ada kondisi jaringan listrik yang tidak merata kemampuannya di seluruh Indonesia, dan ketersediaan pekerja teknis yang terampil. Kami di IESR percaya bahwa keberhasilan kita akan ditentukan oleh kemampuan Indonesia membangun enabling environment, yaitu kebijakan dan kerangka regulasi yang bisnis atau investor friendly, mekanisme pendanaan yang bisa menurunkan biaya proyek, membangun pasar dan rantai pasok teknologi untuk manufaktur yang kompetitif, aplikasi teknologi dan infrastruktur yang memampukan integrasi teknologi variabel renewable energy seperti PLTS dengan sistem kelistrikan bisa dilakukan secara efektif dan kemanfaatan sosial ekonomi bagi publik serta partisipasi konsumen dan publik di dalam implementasi target-target dan rencana yang dicanangkan oleh pemerintah. Di ISS kita mengidentifikasi tantangan dan kendala secara mendalam dan dengan pemahaman yang lebih baik dapat dirumuskan inovasi dan solusi untuk menyingkirkan tantangan dan kendala-kendala tersebut. Jikalau kita mampu melakukan ini, saya berkeyakinan bahwa visi Presiden Prabowo untuk Indonesia bebas energi fosil di 2040 dan membangun 100 gigawatt PLTS tersebar dalam waktu 5 tahun bisa terwujud. Akhir kata, kami berharap bahwa Indonesia Solar Summit 2025 ini sebagai tonggak awal revolusi energi surya di Indonesia. Dan kita berharap di era ini, Presiden Prabowo bisa dikenal sebagai Presiden Energi Surya. Oleh karena itu, saya mengajak seluruh pihak yang hadir di sini untuk menggunakan forum ini dengan sebaik-baiknya, dan saya mengajak kita untuk berkolaborasi, bertukar pikiran, mengidentifikasi kontribusi yang kita bisa berikan untuk menyelesaikan persoalan-persoalan yang tadi saya sampaikan, dan ketika kita pulang kita bisa mengimplementasikan apa yang menjadi komitmen kita bersama. Mari kita jadikan Indonesia sebagai bangsa yang mandiri, berdaulat, dan terdepan dalam energi surya. Dan sebagai penutup, izinkan saya mengutip perkataan Thomas Alva Edison, seorang penemu teknologi ketenaga listrikan. Pada tahun 1910, Edison mengatakan seperti ini, "We are like tenant farmers chopping down the fence around our house for fuel when we should be using natural inexhaustible sources of energy: sun, wind, and tide. I would put my money on the sun and solar energy. What a source of power. I hope we don't have to wait till the oil and coal run out before we tackle that. Demikian Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan selamat mengikuti Indonesia Solar Summit 2025.
Baik, terima kasih banyak kepada Bapak Fabi Tumiwa atas sambutan yang telah disampaikan. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, berikutnya mari kita ikuti bersama keynote speech yang akan disampaikan oleh Menteri Energi dan Sumber Daya Mineral, yang dimana pada kesempatan hari ini akan diwakili oleh Direktur Jenderal Energi Baru, Terbarukan dan Konservasi Energi. Untuk itu, kepada Profesor Enia Listiani Dewi, dengan hormat kami silahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kalau tadi Pak Fabi menutup dengan quote, saya membuka dengan pantun ya. Mentari pagi cerah bercahaya, burung berkicau di luar jendela. Tingkatkan terus pemanfaatan surya, raih energi bersih untuk Indonesia. Terima kasih, cakepnya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, yang saya hormati tentunya host Pak Fabi Tumiwa sebagai CEO dari IESR, dan yang saya hormati juga Pak Wakil Gubernur Kaltara. Selamat datang Pak, walaupun tadi pesawatnya katanya transfernya luar biasa, jadi welcome untuk di Jakarta ini. Di Jakarta merasakan listrik yang harganya 4 sen, Pak. Kalau di Kaltara saya yakin pasti lebih dari itu. Jadi di sini teman-teman semua yang saya banggakan, Bu Yuni dari Kemenkoecon mewakili Pak Ellen. Tadinya saya ingin bertemu Pak Ellen, tapi dikarenakan hal yang mendesak ya. Dan saya juga mohon maaf mewakili Pak Menteri karena Pak Menteri belum bisa hadir, dan saya juga mohon maaf nanti teman-teman SDM juga pasti hadir untuk mendukung acara ini sampai selesai. Dan yang saya hormati teman-teman dari Surya, Pak Surya Dharma, Pak Andika, Pak Arya, dan ini bos saya yang terganteng ini, Pak Hamam Riza. Ini surprise sekali beliau hadir di sini di acara Indonesia Solar Summit. Dulu beliau di BPPT, saya juga membantu beliau di BPPT. Dan yang saya hormati juga Pak Milton, teman Pak Nur Pamuji yang hadir, terima kasih banyak. Dan mungkin teman-teman semua para tokoh Indonesia Solar yang aktif ya, saya lihat berbagai pihak, terutama industri juga, dari industri produsen dan juga industri EPC. Bapak Ibu semua, dari situasi yang saat ini ada untuk strategi kebijakan pengembangan PLTS yang saat ini juga menjadi tools untuk mendorong industri solar itu bisa tumbuh secepat mungkin. Karena arah kebijakan Pak Presiden sudah jelas, nanti saya sharing yang berikutnya, bahwa arah kebijakan Pak Presiden itu menambah kapasitas solar. PV maksudnya, jadi penggunaan energi surya. Nah, dari pencanangan Bapak Presiden yang selalu menyebutkan swasembada energi, ketahanan energi, swasembada pangan, dan swasembada ketahanan air. Nah, itu 3 arahan Pak Presiden yang sangat kuat, dan dengan dibentuknya Satgas Hilirisasi yang mendukung energi, lalu Satgas yang juga dari Kemenkoekon untuk green energy, ini sudah merupakan bukti bahwa dorongan Pak Presiden untuk renewable energy itu memang banyak. Nah, posisi kita ini saat ini parameter ketahanan energi kita itu berada di titik yang rada-rada sebetulnya belum terlalu tahan. Jadi untuk yang tahan itu nilainya sampai dengan 8, kita masih 6,6. Jadi masih sedikit, accessibility-nya masih kurang. Dan acceptability. Jadi penerimaan di masyarakat, mohon izin ini yang Singkara rada delay karena ada tentangan dari masyarakat di sekitar. Singkara itu di Danau Singkara di Sumatera Barat ya. Nah, ini saya dihadapkan itu sudah membahas terus bagaimana cara solusinya, karena ternyata PLTS apung itu sedikit mengganggu. Nah, ini padahal di BRIN saya sudah tanya bahwa ada studi bahwa tidak mengganggu kalau ekosistem di perairan itu tidak mengganggu. Kita sudah punya Cirata ya, jadi itu sudah menunjukkan bahwa memang ada, dan Singkara satu-satunya kita tunggu karena pertama di Sumatera. Nah, kalau kita lihat nih Bapak Ibu, jumlah EBT yang tersebar ya paling tinggi itu Sumatera. Jadi PLTS apung di Sumatera mohon didukung, kita serempak untuk menyuarakan bahwa PLTS itu tidak mengganggu lingkungan. Pada saat di atas permukaan air juga malah mendukung keramba. Jadi ikan-ikan itu juga lebih senang di situ. Dan dari segi teknologi kita bisa mendapatkan apa? Karena intensitas cahayanya besar, lalu di bawah permukaannya ini relatif lebih dingin, jadi gap temperatur itu juga mendukung adanya efisiensi energi yang lebih tinggi gitu di permukaan solar cell itu sendiri. Intinya menguntungkan kalau kita letakkan di atas permukaan air. Nah, potensi Indonesia sangat besar sekali. Di sini paling gede itu Sumatera. Potensinya 1,2. Total nasional 3,687 ya. Jadi 3,6 terawatt. Paling gede adalah solar. Dan paling besar potensi renewable-nya terdiri dari PLTP, hidro, surya, angin, bioenergi, dan laut itu ada di Sumatera. Dan kita juga mengadres ya, laut ini baru pertama kali muncul di RUPTL. Jadi selain nuklir, kan udah nuklir udah tahu, udah banyak tahu, laut ada. Nah ini kita kawal. Jadi di RUPTL itu 70% adalah renewable. Itu Pak Menteri selalu memastikan. Screening terakhir di EBTKE gitu. Jadi kemarin kita menjaga bahwa renewable energy itu masuk. Nah, kalau kita lihat nih Sumatera, lalu berikutnya adalah potensinya yang terbesar Jawa. Jadi Jawa lumayan ada, lalu Kalimantan adalah yang ketiga, dan kalau Maluku Papua digabung sih ada 518, jadi setara dengan Kalimantan. The nextnya adalah Sulawesi dan Nusa Tenggara. Nusa Tenggara dulu baru Sulawesi. Nah, Sulawesi tantangannya adalah potensinya kan sedikit itu, tetapi industri kita tuh tumbuh di situ. Industri smelter, industri mining ya, terutama banyak sekali di situ. Potensi renewable-nya sedikit. Nah, ini PR nih. Ini PR yang kita perlu atensi. Dan kalau di Indonesia Timur, PR-nya adalah apa? Dedieselisasi. Jadi itu. Kalau di Indonesia Barat banyak banget, tetapi tidak terevakuasi jaringan. Jadi konsepnya di RUPTL push untuk jaringan di wilayah Indonesia Barat. Kalau untuk Indonesia Timur adalah bagaimana cara ngurangin diesel. Nah, dari sini kita harapkan tentu saja pertumbuhan ekonomi ya. Yang berikutnya Bapak Ibu kita sudah tahu 2060 net zero emission kan. Ini sedikit saya umumkan. Spill karena belum diputus, cuman sudah bicara dengan LH bahwa apa? Peak emission kita mundur. Jadi tahun lalu kalau saya presentasi sudah bilang nih, 2030 peak emission. Kalau dalam 5 tahun ini tidak ada gerakan, peak emission kita akan geser ke 2035. Sekarang sudah jadi nyata nih. Ini baru saja kita diskusi sama Kementerian LH bahwa second NDC terpaksa kita harus geser peak emission. Peak emissionnya jadi 2035. Saya masih ingat tahun lalu tuh saya bicara kenceng di ini peak emissionnya 2030 kalau kita enggak grek gitu, ini bakal geser. Nah ternyata sekarang udah geser nih. Jadi mau nggak mau peak emissionnya bergeser ke 2035, PR kita apa? Ini kan semakin drastis nih pengurangan emisinya. Berarti upaya kita harus besar di sini untuk ngejar net zero. Kalau tahun lalu saya bilang begini, ini kalau geser 5 tahun pasti net zero menjadi 2070. Mudah-mudahan ya, ini saya baru gambar, pakai titik-titik itu. Karena update second NDC baru diumumkan mungkin di COP atau di UNFCCC besok oleh Kementerian LH, kita sudah kirim ke LH data kita, sebetulnya capaian penurunan emisi kita itu lebih dari target penurunannya. Jadi ini harus didukung secara masif di semua sektor. Kalau transportasi yang belum mendukung tapi industri sudah lumayan banyak, ya. Jadi sektor-sektor yang lain harus kita kejar. Nah, ini PR. Jadi Bapak Ibu semua, kalau kita lihat net zero emission ini ya, ini kan kita sekarang menggunakan batu bara, lalu ada minyak. Low carbon itu segmen gas, jadi masa transisi di situ, baru ke arah free carbon, alias di sisi sana sudah tanpa karbon. Nah ini harus dikejar. Ini baru saya edit 2 hari yang lalu karena second NDC sudah mulai terkumpul. Ini PR besar bagi kita semua ya. Kita harus segera untuk mengembalikan ya 2030 belum terjadi, tetapi dalam waktu 5 tahun ini bisa nggak kita mundurin lagi, strict on our target gitu, strict on our roadmap. Nah ini mohon dukungan Bapak Ibu semua karena sektor EPC, sektor industri ada di sini, lalu think tank juga ada di sini ya. Selain kita mengadres semua teknologi yang dari sektor transportasi ada bioenergi, yang dari nuklir juga sudah masuk, nanti lalu panas bumi kita genjot nih, minggu depan tanggal 17 datang saja ke JCC ya 17, 18, 19 kami menyelenggarakan International Conference of Geothermal Energy yang terbesar sedunia karena itu tidak ada saingan nih. Dan saat ini panas bumi kita dorong terus, lalu surya dan angin. Nah ini surya potensinya besar, angin kita cuma punya Sidrap sama Jeneponto, saya dorong terus untuk angin. Setiap kali ada yang datang saya arahkan, kamu invest aja lah ke angin gitu. Surya juga boleh, tapi invest juga ke angin gitu. Jadi itu yang bisa saya bukan ngasih ya ini grup surya ini, tetapi Bapak Ibu kan IPC juga mempunyai kompetensi yang sama-sama lah. Yang terbesar pasti surya. Nah, dengan demikian kalau kita lihat capaian kita sekarang ya, tantangan demand tahun 2024 itu sekitar kalau kita lihat proporsi dari supply demand energi primer kita, memang kita masih depends on coal. Jadi kita melakukan coal phase down dan coal phase out ya. Mohon dilihat Permen 10 yang kita kemarin menghitungnya tuh sangat kenceng. Bagaimana sih transisi ini bisa terlaksana? Saya selalu bilang bahwa there is no single solution untuk semuanya. Dan saya tuh berbangga sekali sebagai wakil Indonesia ada di waktu itu bicara di internasional karena saingan kalau negara-negara lain paling menyebutnya solar, lalu wind. Kita itu nyebut banyak, ada solar, wind, laut, hidro, panas bumi ya, semua you can name it gitu. Jadi kita harus sangat berbangga kita punya resource yang sangat besar sekali. Nah Bapak Ibu lihat demand energi primer kita kalau dibagi industri, transportasi, household, komersial, ini masih didominasi sektor industri adalah pangsa demand energi tertinggi. Dan industri kita belum growing loh. Kita itu lack EPC industri untuk mendukung renewable. Jadi misalnya solar. Nah, solar kita sudah punya 4 industri besar ya. Di Kendal, Demak, terus Batang ini, terus satu lagi baru dibangun di Kerawang ya. 4. Yang lain banyak sekali, kalau nggak salah 21 industri. Ini saat ini saya sedang memetakan berapa jumlah industri surya. Karena perintah Pak Presiden sudah jelas bagaimana cara memasukkan demand 100 giga PLTS. Tuh. Ini perintah langsung, jadi Pak Menteri udah meminta saya untuk mengidentifikasi. Nah, yang kita bisa laporkan industri masih hanya 4 yang besar, lalu yang 21 kecil-kecil, tetapi itu pun sekarang katanya ini kan rada perlu dorongan lah gitu ya. Nah, ini yang kita lihat sekarang dan tantangan energi kita. Jadi tantangan energi kita ini memang kompleks. Kita harus memperhatikan ketersediaan energi di seluruh wilayah. Lalu kita harus memperhatikan tadi komitmen kita untuk net zero. Jadi kita kan saat ini mempunyai target untuk net zero tadi yang sudah saya sampaikan. Nah, bauran energi kita berapa sih? Selalu saya ditanya nih sama media, bauran energi EBT kalau di energi mix nasional berapa Bu? Gitu. Kalau tahun lalu saya menjawab 14,6. Semester ini alhamdulillah saya bisa menjawab 16%. Jadi ini baru pertama mencapai 16%, terima kasih tepuk tangannya. Dan 23% masih PR. Saya selalu tanya Pak Milton kalau ini. Karena 23% target yang dicanangkan Pak Milton dulu itu harus kita capai. Tetapi ini kalau saya melihatnya gini, saya pikir wah 15 nih capaian di 2025 gitu kan. Tapi ternyata kemarin ada perubahan. Jadi ada mulai naik, jadi gini kita perlu semangat nih. Dan RUKN kita itu 2025 harusnya sekitar ya 16 sampai 17. Jadi saya sekarang juga sudah komunikasi sama Bappenas untuk tolong targetnya di range dong gitu. Karena KPI bauran energi mix nasional EBT itu KPI saya sebagai DJ EBT gitu. Jadi bauran energi kita alhamdulillah bisa tercapai 16. Ini kita perlu bersama-sama ya untuk menaikkan ini sehingga on the track di RUKN. Masa sih dari dulu Indonesia kalau nerapin roadmap kagak pernah tercapai gitu kan. Itu selalu roadmap yang dirubah kan. Jadi ini yang PR kita nih. PR kita. Jadi netapin tapi yang realistis gitu ya. Nah, kita mesti bersama-sama. Tadi Pak Fabi udah bilang nggak mungkin kerja sendiri. Benar itu. Sangat betul. Nah, Bapak Ibu tambahan di tahun lalu ini sudah lumayan ya dari pembangkit nasional. Jadi seluruh pembangkit kita di nasional itu 105 gigawatt. Ini sampai dengan 2030 harus naik ke 140 karena target RUKN. Jadi RUKN itu disetting 8% pertumbuhan ekonominya. Jadi settingannya begitu. Kemarin kita mau revisi saja, wah nggak bisa, Bappenas juga sudah agree untuk 8% nih gitu. Jadi RUKN cukup tinggi. Nah, wujudnya adalah di RUPTL. RUPTL sebagian besar, tapi wilus non PLN juga ada ya. Jadi daerah yang bukan PLN juga itu kita percepat untuk bisa merealisasikan target ini. Nah, kita dari target yang tahun lalu ini alhamdulillah sudah bergerak ke 16%, mudah-mudahan ini makin tinggi lagi. Jadi apa yang mesti kita lakukan? Ayo kita kawal bersama RUPTL. Nah, di RUPTL ini ya sudah dipublish oleh Pak Menteri yang kita address bahwa investasinya cukup besar untuk renewable. Jadi saya cuma address renewable ya di sini. Tambahan renewable itu 42,5 gigawatt. Nah, di sini 42,5 ditambah baterai. Jadi industri baterai sudah mulai ada, target kita 10 giga. sampai dengan 2034. Dan renewable, total renewable 42,6, 59 lah, 56. Nah, investasi yang diperlukan 1.682 triliun. Ini kalau APBN jelas nggak bisa. Kenapa RUPTL juga kita dorong mostly 70% itu IPP. 70% harus datang dari swasta. Negara nggak mampu. Ya, 70% itu slot ke semua gubernur. Jadi target di Sumatera sekian, target Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Maluku, Papua, Nusa Tenggara, dan Jawa. Itu sudah terbagi ya, nanti bisa dilihat. Jadi kita kawal bersama per pulau. Yang pasti PLN juga harus terus merealisasikan transisinya dengan menggunakan transmisi. Jadi target itu. Nah, green jobs itu bisa create 760.000 ya, orang. Ini yang paling ditunggu-tunggu, bisa berapa sih kita harus meng-create pekerjaan. Pak Menteri selalu mengarahkan berapa investasinya, berapa jobs yang bisa kita create. Targetnya di situ. Nah, Bapak Ibu di sini PLTS sendiri 17 ya, 17 giga. Ya, PLTS sendiri 17 giga. Nah, yang saya sebutkan tadi ada perintah mendistribusikan 100 giga, ini masih PR. Nanti akan diumumkan oleh Pak Menteri gimana caranya, strateginya. Jadi kita bisa melihat perencanaannya. Nah, 17 giga mesti kita kawal. Paling tidak di 5 tahun ini harus kita dorong untuk bisa lebih dari misalnya 10 giga gitu ya, kita duluan untuk bisa mencapai itu. Nah, pengembangan energi surya yang sekarang kan ada 3 model. Ya, Bapak Ibu sudah tahu nih, ada PLTS atap, ada PLTS skala besar atau ground mounted, dan ada juga apung. Yang tadi saya tadi sudah sedikit men-spill, ini Singkara ada problem nih PLTS apung. Ayo kita mensosialisasikan. Kalau Bapak Ibu punya medsos, tolong gerakkan tuh medsos bahwa PLTS apung itu enggak masalah. Ada studi yang dari BRIN nanti bisa ditanyakan gimana sih ikan di bawah situ bisa ada. Nah, kita berkolaborasi juga sama PUPR, PU sekarang, PU. Potensi bendungan di PU itu ada bisa tambah kalau 20% permukaannya kita capai, maka tambahan demand PLTS 14 giga. Oke. Semua bendungan 20%-nya kita pakai, itu tambahannya 14 giga. Jadi ini potensi dan PU sudah minta, ayo kita kolaborasi, prioritas saya ini gitu. Jadi bisa dikonfirm juga ke teman-teman PU ya, prioritasnya ada kalau nggak salah 15 lokasi, 7 kita perhatikan banget, lalu ada 15, terus ada urutan-urutan berikutnya karena FS-nya belum. Nah, kadang-kadang FS-nya sama DED-nya tuh belum. Nah, ini yang kita prioritaskan yang sudah lengkap dokumennya, jadi kita dorong. Nah, ke depan, kalau ada potensi bendungan, gabung dengan solar, maka kalau IPC-nya di-create bareng, IRR-nya pasti lebih tinggi. Karena ada exit untuk listriknya PLTS juga untuk PLTA, gitu ya. Jadi ini perizinannya akan kita satukan di nomor KBLI yang sama untuk khusus EBT. Jadi listriknya, harga listriknya bisa lebih bagus gitu untuk itu, dan IRR-nya lebih bagus tentu saja. Nah, Bapak Ibu, untuk target-target di dalam RUPTL, alokasi ini masih saya diskusikan nih sama PLN. Jadi target untuk atap dan ground mounted juga PLTS apung, kita berharap itu ditambah, dan di RUPTL juga sudah sedikit ditambah untuk itu. Nah, untuk atap, PLTS atap sendiri ini paling banyak ditanya. Atap ini paling banyak ditanya, dan waktu itu dikeluarkan keputusan dari Menteri Kepmen untuk kuota. Nah, kuota ini kita diskusikan dengan PLN untuk menambah. Ya, memang menambah yang dari 2024, 2025 ini kan akumulatif. Ini sudah ada tambahan di RUPTL berikutnya itu 480 megawatt. Tapi ini dilihat oleh Pak Presiden masih sangat kecil, sehingga tadi dorongan untuk merealisasikan tambahan 100 giga itu harus diidentifikasi. Nah, kita masih bahas lengkap untuk itu. Jadi masih perlu adjustment ya. Jadi kalau PLTS itu masuk ke grid, saya ingin ada banyak pendapat tentang orang-orang yang melakukan, yang mempunyai ilmu tentang smart grid nih. Ini teman-teman harus banyak muncul nih. Pak Andika, Pak Arya, teman-teman yang di dulu ex-nya stafnya Pak Hamam nih. Ini smart grid sekarang ilmunya sangat diperlukan. Jadi sudah harus realisasi. Karena apa? Saya sempat gemes ya. Kalau ada listrik PLTS nyandar gitu atau masuk, itu kok susah banget gitu. Kayaknya untuk menggabungkan electricity di situ atau nyantol ke voltage tertentu itu kayaknya susah banget gitu. Terus ada jaringan-jaringan gardu induk yang mesti dikonsolidasikan. Kok kalau nyandar mesti create demand baru. Pak Nur Pamuji tersenyum. Nanti tolong ini ya, clue-nya berikan ke saya Pak. Karena itu, waduh, ini mau ada yang Gresik ya. Gresik mau kalau nggak salah sekitar berapa puluh mega karena masuk ke green ammonia dan lain sebagainya. Begitu itu disandarin, ini gardu induknya begini. Jadi gardu induk harus menyesuaikan dan kita harus create demand baru. Loh kan ini sudah demand langsung, off-takernya sudah dibawa sendiri. Tapi kenapa kalau masuk ke gardu induk, terus mesti ada demand baru yang harus di-create. Nah ini yang saya katanya juga jaringan Jawa Bali itu sudah overbook ya, kalau hotel kok overbooking gitu ya. Kalau jaringan itu katanya overbook, jadi udah over gitu. Ini ya nanti orang-orang elektro coba datang ke Cikini ya, kita diskusi bersama. Karena ini benar-benar saya perlu banget untuk bisa paham karena saya ditentang terus. Kalau waktu memasukkan PLTS ditentang terus itu. Nah ini karena saya tuh ilmunya elektrokimia, tapi nggak kuat-kuat banget elektro lah ya, karena in between. Nah Bapak Ibu PLTS atap kita sudah nambah ya, memang PLTS atap begitu ada Permen 2 kuotanya, ini bisa nambah sampai 187 di tahun 2024, tapi 2024 itu kuota 901 nggak tercapai, 901 megawatt. Ini selalu saya bilang bahwa EPC, tolong EPC digerakkan, makin menyerap pekerjaan, karena contoh simpel aja, saya itu mau pasang 5 kW di Magelang, di kota saya, ternyata yang pasang nggak ada, memang benar. Waktu kemarin kita mau merubah Kepmen, karena permintaan industri sudah dapat kuota dari PLN, tetapi minta relaksasi pemasangan. Ternyata yang targetnya 300 kW bisa pasang, delay. Sudah dikasih 6 bulan waktunya, delay. Nah, ini kejadian. Dan Kepmen harus direvisi. Alhamdulillah kemarin Pak Menteri setuju untuk Kepmen direvisi. Tapi berikutnya enggak. Jadi berikutnya yang sekarang bilang delay ke saya udah itu enggak mungkin. Jadi lepas dari kuota PLN nih nanti. Jadi kuota PLN jangan diijon. Terus ini masangnya nanti atau masangnya delay. Ya. Ini benar nih, yang PLTS atap kasusnya begitu. Jadi kita kurang orang teknis yang bisa bisa pasang PLTS atap. Nah, ini harus coba diperhatikan masalah SDM. Akhirnya kita terbentur masalah SDM. Nah, berikutnya ini yang saya bilang part of 100 giga, apa yang sekarang sedang diskenariokan pemerintah itu PLTS untuk kegiatan produktif. Jadi kita mendorong PLTS untuk digunakan di berbagai tempat. Di PLTS pompa irigasi, ada program dari Kementerian Pertanian, ya. Lalu untuk cold storage nanti ada cold storage itu di koperasi Merah Putih. Jadi di stasiun pengisian baterai perahu gitu ya misalnya. Ini baru skenario dari ide-ide dari teman-teman saya kumpulin. Saya kumpulin ide-idenya PLTS atap di sekolah-sekolah, sekolah terpencil. Terus terang ya Bapak Ibu, saya memasang PLTS yang cuman skalanya itu 300, kok 300 ya? Berapa kW ya itu? Yang digunakan di sekolah SMP di Sulawesi Utara dan Maluku cuman membawa PLTS yang nilainya cuman 20 juta, tetapi sampai di sana saya perlu anggaran 500 juta. Tolong PLTS distribusikan dong ke Maluku. Ini yang industri IPC dan Bapak Ibu semua yang ada di sini. Padahal di sana perlu banget dedieselisasi. Sebentar lagi saya keluarkan peraturan Menteri Harga Hybrid ya. Ini yang ditunggu-tunggu karena kombinasi PLTS dengan baterai untuk baseload. Berapa persen kita bisa mengurangi diesel. Nah ini harganya sedang dihitung, mohon bersabar karena harus ada review BPKP dan lain-lain. Di Indonesia Timur sangat membutuhkan itu. Saya tadi menyebut di sini 4 sen kan harga listrik. Kita bisa menikmati 24 jam. Kedip sedikit aja itu dulu problemnya Pak Andika. Wah ini PLN juga begitu. Kalau kedip sedikit udah kaget ya. Nah, itu direksi-direksinya begitu Pak. Jadi sudah jadi tanggung jawab. Nah di Indonesia Timur harga listrik itu berapa? Bisa sampai ini real di Flores 45 sen. Bahkan bisa mencapai 72 sen di satu titik pulau tertentu di sekitaran Maluku dan Sulawesi Tenggara. Subsidi pemerintah berapa? Banyak kan? Di sana subsidinya itu besar sekali. Nah, konsep PLTS ini yang untuk berbagai lini produktif, ayo kita dorong bersama. Jadi Bapak Ibu kan juga perlu demand nih, ya kan? Perlu demand, ayo kita dorong bersama, mau untuk konversi kendaraan motor listrik, untuk pariwisata, untuk nelayan, perahu, puskesmas dan lain sebagainya. Nah, memang ada sedikit juga ini cuman saya mendorong juga. Sekarang sudah banyak yang datang ke kami untuk mendiskusikan bagaimana produksi PLTS yang besar untuk hidrogen. Jadi ini sudah mulai nih bergerak untuk itu. Jadi yang besar-besar sudah mulai berdiskusi tentang bagaimana produksi green hydrogen di Indonesia. Memang perlu kombinasi lahan yang cukup besar untuk PLTS untuk menuju kalau dibutuhkan untuk hidrogen ya. Jadi Bapak Ibu petanya sudah kita deliver, nanti lihat di websitenya EBTK ESDM. Lalu sudah ada target-targetnya, action plan-nya. Target tahun depan itu kita harus bisa memproduksi hidrogen almost 200 ton per year. Itu sudah menjadi KPI saya tahun depan. Jadi KPI kami di EBTKE sudah harus mencapai target itu kalau kita mengikuti RUKN dan mengikuti roadmap. Baru saja 2 hari yang lalu kita groundbreaking penggunaan PLTP untuk green hydrogen juga. Jadi ini sudah ada gerakan-gerakan ya, karena sepertinya kalau industri itu bergerak ke EBT, maka finansialnya terbantu. Jadi kalau pinjem-pinjem di bank sekarang, terus terang saya baru pulang juga dari APEC, investasi EBT naik 200%. Jadi cukup banyak nih, finansial sudah menggarisbawahi untuk investasinya itu di green, sudah nggak mau ke batu bara lagi. Nah itu nyata ya, di Asia Pasifik begitu. Jadi yang terakhir bisa saya sampaikan adalah gimana nih PLTS bisa kita lakukan untuk diregulasi. Jadi memang kemarin ada pertanyaan dari Pak Menteri, loh ini kok ada atap, ground mounted, sama apung, itu regulasinya kok beda-beda. Nah ini kita akan menderegulasi PLTS. Jadi karena tingginya minat industri, lalu sudah banyak juga yang memasang ground mounted tapi belum nyandar ke PLN. Nah ini Bapak Ibu pokoknya kalau ada problem PLTS ya, silakan bersurat ke kami. Intinya saya ingin mendapatkan banyak surat. Yang rajin bersurat ke saya tuh siapa coba? Asosiasi Produsen CPO, Aprobi, itu yang paling rajin. Karena memang paling biodiesel mungkin paling heboh. Nah ini dari asosiasi, ayo sampaikan masukan ke saya. Dari asosiasi angin sudah ada tuh kemarin. Jadi kita atensi untuk berkomunikasi ke kementerian lain, Pak ini kalau ke Dirjen Kehutanan, ke Dirjen Lingkungan, itu selalu masalah lahan nih. Kita sudah komunikasikan dan mereka juga sudah secure kalau untuk EBT kita izinkan. Jadi sudah begitu sehingga tingginya minat industri itu juga kita respon dengan regulasi. Dan juga tadi pertanyaan Pak Menteri juga sama bahwa ground mounted terapung kok sendiri-sendiri nih, begitu. Ini nanti kita diskusikan dan dasar hukum yang juga menjadi acuan dari harga untuk PLN juga ongoing. Jadi kita akan pasti menyederhanakan regulasi PLTS itu sendiri dan saat ini sudah dibahas peraturan Menteri SDM untuk misalnya ada kepentingan sendiri ini terhubung dengan jaringan listrik di PLN maupun non PLN bagaimana, dan ini nanti bisa diatur. Nah ini kesempatan Bapak Ibu memberikan masukan ke kami, ya misalnya ada problem-problem ini PLTS gimana nih daerah saya sudah masang begini, saya sudah untuk kepentingan sendiri boleh enggak dan sebagainya. Jadi diskusikan ke kami dengan yang ada di sini, kita sedang menggodok peraturan ini sehingga kita sangat welcome untuk berdiskusi dengan Bapak Ibu. Saya mohon maaf ini rada panjang, tapi memang untuk solar passion saya juga begitu untuk Bapak Ibu semua. Jadi saya sangat berharap industri solar mau dari EPC, mau dari produsen, lalu dari yang bisa masang di sana, masang PLTS untuk sekolah saja agar dia bisa punya jaringan internet untuk siang hari, karena dia kan menggunakan diesel, digunakan malam hari, siang hari pelajar-pelajar itu nggak bisa punya akses, padahal kita harus digitalisasi di pendidikan. Saya cuma bisa masang 4 Bapak Ibu di tahun ini ya, tahun anggaran ini, karena mendadak permintaannya, jadi saya nggak bisa secure anggaran. Begitu kita identifikasi 500 juta, 600 juta, untuk masang cuma 20 juta coba. Ternyata deliver ke sananya itu yang problem. Nah ini gimana kalau ada EPC atau ini sudah stok dulu PLTS di sana, ya enggak? Ya nanti dengan kargo yang gede bareng-bareng kan bisa lebih murah nih. Nah sehingga pengadaan kita bisa di sana. Bukan dibawa dari Jakarta, selalu dibawa dari Jawa. Ini problem cuman begitu loh. Kita itu dihadapkan bukan sama teknologi yang begini-begini gitu, tetapi real condition negara kita, satu yang masang itu enggak ada. Terus ini transport. Lalu problem lagi apa? Sustainability. Ini teman-teman saya dipanggil kejaksaanmu gara-gara itu. Gara-gara di situ sudah dipasang tapi nggak bisa nyala. Karena orangnya nggak ada. Jadi Bapak Ibu, ini kita harus bergerak ke remote area Indonesia Timur sekalipun untuk mendidik. Jadi ditarik utamanya itu adalah SDM. Dan Bapak Ibu 2030 itu bonus demografi kita loh. Bonus demografi kita 2030 sampai 2035. Kalau kita lewat itu tidak membangun industri kita, maka bonus demografi is just a number yang tidak akan ada lagi di sejarah peradaban Indonesia. Jadi saya juga ingin menyentuh hati Bapak Ibu sih, soalnya saya juga waktu kunjungan ke mana dari Padang di Sumatera, saya tuh gak habis pikir ya, kok di Sumatera dari Padang ke Pasaman ke Patamuan, saya pakai 4-wheel drive 18 jam, nginep di rumah penduduk. Saya ke sana, ini sih ibu-ibu, sudah ibu-ibu tapi 20 tahunan ya, 20 tahunan bilang, saya nggak ada listrik. Ini dengan pemasangan ibu yang mikrohidro ini, akhirnya saya bisa mendapatkan listrik. Itu saya nangis Bapak Ibu. Di tahun ini loh, Kita sudah melewati dulu kan suka ada industri 4.0. Terus ini yang bonus demografi dulu, Indonesia Emas 2045. Our problem itu masih banyak di sana. Saya nggak nyangka juga, terus terang tak pikir Indonesia Timur saja gitu ya. Ternyata Sumatera. Loh, ini kita pasang di situ. Nah, Bapak Ibu, 2 pantun penutup. Naik perahu ke Pulau Raja. Air lautnya biru penuh pesona. Energi surya anugerah semesta, sumbernya kekal, tiada tandingannya. Satu lagi. Pergi memancing mencari ikan. Ikan didapat tak lupa dibagikan. Aksi kolaborasi kita galakkan, transisi energi segera kita wujudkan. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Profesor Enia Listiani Dewi. Dan tentunya kami juga berharap kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian agar tetap berada di dalam ruangan acara karena kita masih tentunya memiliki agenda-agenda menarik lainnya. Hadirin sekalian, kita akan masuk ke agenda berikutnya yaitu menyaksikan deklarasi solar archipelago. Para kepala daerah dan perusahaan yang hadir berkomitmen memperluas pemanfaatan energi surya di fasilitas publik, UMKM, pesantren, rumah tangga, dan industri. Komitmen ini diwujudkan melalui dukungan kebijakan, anggaran daerah, dan investasi perusahaan pada tahun 2025 hingga 2026, serta memperkuat kolaborasi lintas pihak. Dengan deklarasi ini, energi surya diteguhkan sebagai motor pemerataan energi, pertumbuhan ekonomi hijau, dan aksi nyata iklim. Dari Sabang sampai Merauke, mari kita wujudkan Nusantara bercahaya menuju masa depan energi bersih dan berkeadilan. Untuk itu saya akan memanggil Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian untuk naik ke atas panggung dan menandatangani panel surya yang tersedia, yang mana panel surya ini merupakan dukungan dari JA Solar. Yang pertama saya mengundang kepada perwakilan dari pemerintah Provinsi Sumatera Barat. Mohon kiranya berkenan untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung, Bapak. Selanjutnya kepada pemerintah Provinsi Kalimantan Utara. Yang pada hari ini kita saksikan bersama Bapak Wakil Gubernur dari Kalimantan Utara. Saya mohon kiranya berkenan untuk naik ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya kami meminta kepada pemerintah Provinsi Banten untuk dapat juga bergabung ke atas panggung. Dan pemerintah Provinsi Bali untuk dapat bergabung ke atas panggung. Baik, selanjutnya kami juga akan memanggil pemerintah dan juga perwakilan dari pemerintah Provinsi Jambi untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung bergabung bersama. Selanjutnya kami turut mengundang kepada perwakilan dari pemerintah Provinsi Daerah Khusus Jakarta untuk dapat naik kembali ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya mohon kiranya berkenan kepada pemerintah Provinsi Jawa Barat untuk dapat bergabung naik ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya kepada pemerintah Provinsi Jawa Tengah, kami turut mengundang untuk dapat melakukan penandatanganan juga. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, selanjutnya kami undang untuk naik ke atas panggung dari Asosiasi Energi Surya Indonesia atau AESI. Selanjutnya kami mengundang perwakilan dari Green Building Council Indonesia atau GBCI. Turut mengikuti kami mengundang Eksekutif Masyarakat Energi Terbarukan Indonesia atau METI. Kembali kami mengundang kepada perwakilan dari Eksekutif Masyarakat Energi Terbarukan Indonesia atau METI. Selanjutnya kami mengundang perwakilan dari Danon Indonesia untuk dapat bergabung ke atas panggung. Dan kami juga mengundang kepada Coca-Cola Euro Pacific Partners Indonesia untuk dapat menyusul naik ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya dari kawasan industri JIIP Gersik untuk dapat juga bergabung naik ke atas panggung beserta perwakilan dari Aquo Energy. Kembali kami mengundang kepada perwakilan dari Surya Daya Indonesia juga dapat untuk bergabung naik ke atas panggung dan melakukan sesi penandatanganan bersama. Selanjutnya kami mengundang juga kepada ATW Solar untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung. Kembali kami mengundang kepada perwakilan dari Total Energies untuk dapat bergabung. Dan selanjutnya kami juga memanggil kepada perwakilan dari Solarion Energi Alam untuk dapat bergabung ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya kami juga memanggil kepada PT Sumber Energi Surya Nusantara atau SESNA untuk dapat juga hadir ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya kami memanggil kepada perwakilan dari Adidaya Renewable Energy untuk dapat bergabung ke atas panggung. Berikutnya ialah dari Warung Energi. Kami persilahkan Warung Energi juga untuk naik ke atas panggung. Bapak boleh bergabung ke sebelah sana. Selanjutnya kami juga memanggil kepada PT Surya Energi Indotama atau SEI untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung. Tak berhenti di situ, tentunya kami juga memanggil kepada PT Iforte Energi Nusantara untuk dapat naik dan bergabung ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya kami memanggil kepada PT Denta Mas Mulia untuk dapat perwakilannya melakukan sesi penandatanganan dan juga diiringi dengan PT Solusi Energi Terbarukan untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung. Berikutnya kami mengundang kepada Leso Solar untuk dapat juga bergabung naik ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya kami mengundang kepada perwakilan dari Gurin Energy juga untuk dapat bergabung. Berikutnya kami memanggil kepada PT Solar Jaya Energi Indonesia. Yang selanjutnya juga kami turut mengundang Energi 5 Pilar untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya kami mengundang kepada perwakilan dari Sentra Multi Suryanesia untuk dapat bergabung naik ke atas panggung. Berikutnya kami memanggil perwakilan dari Asosiasi Pabrikan Modul Surya Indonesia atau APAMSI untuk dapat juga melakukan sesi penandatanganan. Berikutnya kami juga mengundang perwakilan dari Leader Energy Group untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung. Berikutnya kami mengundang perwakilan dari Sun Energy untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung. Dan terakhir tentunya pihak yang mendukung ataupun memberikan support panel surya kita pada hari ini yaitu kepada perwakilan dari JA Solar. Kami undang karena untuk naik ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya dengan hormat kami kembali mengundang untuk berpartisipasi dalam acara penandatanganan Asisten Deputi Percepatan Transisi Energi Kementerian Koordinator Bidang Perekonomian Republik Indonesia, Ibu Farah Heliantina. Beserta Direktur Jenderal Energi Baru, Terbarukan dan Konservasi Energi, Kementerian Energi dan Sumber Daya Mineral, Profesor Dr. Enia Listiani. Mohon kiranya ibu-ibu berkenan untuk kembali hadir di atas panggung dan juga melakukan prosesi penandatanganan. Dan tentunya kami kembali turut mengundang kepada Bapak Fabi Tumiwa untuk juga dapat bergabung ke atas panggung dan melakukan sesi penandatanganan. Mohon kiranya ibu-ibu berkenan untuk tetap berada di atas panggung. Dan Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, kami kembali turut mengundang Bapak Ibu para deklarator untuk dapat bergabung ke atas panggung. Kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama. Jadi kami mohon bantuannya Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian agar dapat nantinya kembali naik ke atas panggung, mengambil posisi untuk kita lakukan sesi foto bersama para deklarator yang sudah hadir pada pagi hari ini. Baik, kepada rekan-rekan media, saya juga persilahkan untuk mengambil posisi terbaiknya di depan panggung. Mohon untuk tidak dorong-dorongan agar semuanya tetap kebagian posisi terbaiknya ya. Sembari kita menyaksikan bersama, sesaat lagi kita sedang menyusun posisi terlebih dahulu agar seluruh Bapak dan Ibu deklarator dapat nampak dengan cantik dan juga ganteng di layar fotonya ya. Baik. Boleh dipegang bersama agar terlihat benar-benar nyata hasil dukungan dan juga kolaborasi serta kerjasamanya ya. Baik, rekan-rekan media dan juga teman-teman Bapak Ibu tamu undangan hadirin sekalian yang juga bergabung secara daring. Kita saksikan bersama dan kita akan lakukan sesi foto bersama. Ini dia hampir ada 40 orang deklarator yang bersama-sama sudah menyatukan visi dan misinya, yang sudah bersama-sama sepakat untuk menandatangani panel surya kita pada pagi hari ini. Baik, silakan menghadap ke arah kamera, berikan senyuman terbaiknya dalam hitungan 3, 2, 1. Tahan sejenak, masih. Kita ulangi lagi di 3, 2, 1. Baik, mungkin boleh satu pose lagi, boleh kepalkan tangannya semuanya agar semuanya semangat, satu visi, satu misi. Baik, siap. Dia berikan ke arah kamera dalam hitungan 3, 2, 1. Baik, sudah cukup rasanya, sudah cukup rekan-rekan media. Baik, terima kasih banyak saya ucapkan kepada Bapak Ibu Deklarator dan saya persilakan untuk dapat kembali menempati kursi-kursinya masing-masing. Tentunya Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian boleh kita berikan tepuk tangannya bersama. Seluruh rangkaian acara deklarasi ini sudah terbentuk, namun tentunya dengan hormat kami mohon kepada Bapak Wakil Gubernur Kalimantan Utara, Bapak Ingkong Ala SEMSA untuk kiranya berkenan masih berada di atas panggung. Sekali lagi kami mengundang kepada Bapak Wakil Gubernur Kalimantan Utara, Bapak Ingkong Ala SEMSI untuk kiranya dapat berkenan tetap berada di atas panggung. Dan nantinya kita akan menyampaikan ataupun menyimak bersama sambutan yang akan disampaikan oleh beliau. Kami persilahkan untuk itu kepada Bapak, the stage is yours.
Ya, sebelumnya saya ucapkan terima kasih untuk beri kesempatan bagi kami sedikit untuk menyampaikan informasi dari kondisi Provinsi Kalimantan Utara. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Profesor Dr. Enia Listiani, Dewi Direktur Jenderal Energi Baru Terbarukan dan Konservasi Energi Kementerian SDM RI. Juga yang saya hormati Bapak Fabi Tumiwa, Chef Eksekutif, Profesor Institut Potensial Service Repom, kemudian Bapak Ibu saudara sekalian yang dapat saya sebut nama satu persatu, tidak mengurangi saya hormat baik dari industri maupun pengusaha yang lain-lainnya, semua yang hadir kesempatan ini. Jadi istimewa bagi kami, mohon maaf karena ini juga dadakan. Ya, apa yang disampaikan tadi dari Bu Menteri bahwa kondisi kami tadi malam sebenarnya ya itulah kondisi Provinsi Kalimantan Utara. Kalau kita bicara Kalimantan Utara mungkin provinsi yang ke-34. Hingga pada saat ini ibu kota Provinsi Kalimantan Utara itu adalah sebuah kecamatan Tanjung Selor dan belum memiliki fasilitas terutama masalah bandara. Jadi kami dari Provinsi Kalimantan Utara itu kalau mau berangkat keluar daerah harus kami ke Berau membutuhkan waktu 2 jam sampai 2 jam setengah. Baru dapat pesawat dari Berau, kadang langsung direct ke Jakarta atau kadang kami ke Balikpapan. Tadi malam, sore kami delay di Balikpapan dan berangkat kurang lebih 4 jam delay di Balikpapan.
30 in Jakarta, ya. The same goes if we take the Tarakan route, ya. From Tanjung Selor, North Kalimantan, we have to take at speed, ya, to Tarakan, ya. It takes 1.5 hours approximately, ya. So that's the condition. So we really appreciate the organizer of Indonesia Solar Summit 2025, whose declaration has just been witnessed by all of us. I, as the Deputy Governor of North Kalimantan, because I come from a border area, so all the government programs, especially today, yeah, we saw all the programs, and I personally, before I entered politics, I was actually in the private sector, yeah. I was active in companies, yeah, around 20 years ago. Solar cells were installed in the border areas, and now it has also been installed in the urban areas, including the public street lights. Yeah. So it requires evaluation. Yeah. Hopefully these inputs will benefit the program and also the government to continue this program. It is a very good program and beneficial program, this new renewable energy. Yeah. So information that I would like to convey to you, as mentioned by our Madam Minister, the price of the installment is around 20 million. But it turns out when we do the installment on the ground, it requires 500 million. So that's actually the condition of North Kalimantan today, ladies and gentlemen, whereby the Malinau district, the Pokayan area, there are 4 sub-districts, and Pujungan, there are 2 sub-districts that are located in the remote area. Yeah? The prices of fuels, yeah, 2024, it was mentioned that there would be one price, yeah, but now the prices of diesel is some thousands per liter, yeah. So what makes it expensive, yeah? Because in order to bring in materials due to the activities and also infrastructure, so it is the expectation from the government as well, yeah? For utilization of internet, it is still far away, yeah? Because it concerns energy issues, yeah. But for these areas, in order to open water power plant, it is very possible because it is located in mountainous areas and it is scattered in border areas. There are 300 households, there are also 500 households. We have to take a small boat there, yeah. If we can build the water power plants there, 500 megawatt maybe, yeah, it can really provide electricity to 3 to 4 villages, yeah. It is expensive to build this, indeed, but if we can build this, then this will be sustainable, yeah, because solar cells issues, we have used it. We used this for quite some time, yeah. Some even required 1 hectare land, yeah. Even some required 5 hectares of land, 10 hectares of land. But after installment, it no longer functioned just after 1 year of installment, yeah. So in villages, in remote areas, the same goes for urban areas as well, yeah. I believe this is the maintenance. So we hope that the program going forward can be collaborated to prepare the human resources for maintenance. Maybe in the border areas, there are also scholars who are unemployed, yeah. So can provide training to them, yeah, so that they can maintain these facilities. So those are for the human resources there. But if you ask me about Lodok and also Surabaya solar cells, it turns out that there are classes, yeah. When we purchase, some last a year, some even lasts 3 years. Yeah. Have spent a lot of money, but it is the sustainability is not guaranteed. Yeah. So in this regard, once again, we are not talking about just about Indonesia Solar Summit, but also about the costly connectivity. So we do not have the access, yeah, what we see on social media. There are a lot of small demonstrations in those areas because these areas can only be reached by planes, yeah. We have Nunukan district that has several sub-districts. For the staple food, they get it from Malaysia, yeah, and also other areas. The staple food is sent from Malaysia, yeah, and the exchange rate of ringgit is 4,000 for 1 ringgit. Yeah, so that's not the standard for the exchange rate, but that is what is happening on the ground. Yeah. So I think that's all. Thank you very much for the opportunity for us to convey this message. Yeah. So we obviously support this program, and our governor also mentioned in the gubernatorial secretariat we will fulfill the energy needs by installing these solar panels. Yeah. Yeah, so this is our commitment to support this, but we need to also pay attention to subnational budget. Yeah. In Java or Sumatra, you can do efficiency there, but not in remote areas. Yeah. Because if we have efficiency in remote areas, then ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm Egi Priscilla. Would like to invite all of you who are still outside the ballroom to proceed into the ballroom because in a few moments we will start our event again. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please proceed into the ballroom because we will start our event momentarily for the Solar Award session. Yeah, for your attention, thank you very much.
Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, bagi yang masih berada di luar ruangan ballroom, kami kembali mengundang untuk dapat segera masuk kembali ke ruangan ballroom.
Still outside the ballroom, we would like to invite you to proceed into the ballroom and take your seats because we are about to start the event momentarily. Once again, you are kindly invited to bring your snacks in and drinks in. If you are still outside of the room, we would like to invite you to proceed into the ballroom and take the available seats. Thank you very much for your attention. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we would like to invite you all to proceed into the ballroom and take the available seats because we are about to start the next session momentarily. Once again, we would like to invite all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to proceed into the ballroom and take the available seats so that we can start our next agenda item soon. Yeah, for your attention. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our agenda item soon. So for those of you who are still outside the ballroom, we would kindly like to invite you to proceed into the ballroom again because we are about to start the next session momentarily. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is now the time for us in the much awaited moment, the solar awarding. Let's give a round of applause. This solar awarding has been awaited for a much awaited moment. And this award is presented to individuals, community, and areas, as well as companies that have shown their wonderful dedication in promoting solar energy in Indonesia. They are pioneers and consistent examples to provide inspirations to us all. So let's see who are the awardees of Solar Awards Indonesia. So in Indonesia Solar Summit 2025. The first individual category for Professor Insinyur, please join us on stage. And we would also like to invite from individual category, would like to congratulate Dr. Eko Adi Setiawan, IPU ASEAN Eng, APEC Eng. To Mr. Dr. Eko Adi Setiawan, please join us on stage. And next, we would like to proceed with the category of subnational government. We would like to congratulate West Java Province Government. For the representative of West Java Province Government, please join us on stage. And we would like to congratulate as well the government of Central Java. We would like to invite the representative from Central Java government to join us on stage. Once again, we would like to invite the representative from Central Java government to join us on stage to receive the award in the category of subnational government. Next, for the category of companies, we would like to congratulate Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia or CCEP Indonesia. We would like to invite the representative of CCEP Indonesia to join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, next we would like to invite Bapak Feby Tumewa as well as Ibu Farah Heliantina to join us on stage to present the awards to the winners. Once again, Pak Feby Tumewa, please join us on stage to present the winners with the awards. Pak Feby, the floor is yours. Let's capture the moment. Let's take a photo. This is a presentation of the award by Pak Feby Tumiwa to Professor Insinyur Ida Ayu Dwi Giriantari. Pak Feby in the middle. So the media partners, colleagues, photographers, you can take and capture this moment. On a count of 3, 3, 2, 1, go. Please hold. Another photo. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please stay on stage. Next, we would like to invite Ibu Farah Heliantina to present the award to the winners from the category of subnational government as well as the category of companies. First, the award for the category of subnational government to be presented to the government of West Java and Central Java provinces. So Ibu, please stand up in the middle, Ibu Farah. Ibu Farah in the middle. The winners, you can step one step forward, one step. Take one step forward. Yeah, thank you. All right. So look at the camera. 3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you. Ibu Farah, please remain on stage. And next, Ibu Farah Heliantina will present the placard to Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia. Another photo session. Media partners, you are welcome to take this photo on a count of 3, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay on stage. Next, we would like to give special appreciation for the commitment and the efforts for the acceleration that has been put in place to PT-PLN Indonesia, and therefore we would like to invite the representative of PT-PLN Indonesia to join us on stage. Let's take another photo together. To the media partners, please be ready to capture this special moment on a count of three. 3, 2, 1. Please hold your one. I think all good. And to the winners, you're welcome to return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, photo station, and therefore we would like to invite our media friends to join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take your position, prepare yourself for this group photo session to make sure that you are in frame. You are captured in one frame. Therefore, we would like to invite all the participants, attendees, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for a group photo session. We are going to take a photo covering all the attendees in this ballroom. Honorable Bapak Febi Tumewa and Ibu Farah Heliantina, please take a position in the front row and please squeeze in. And for those of you standing up on the left and right sides, please squeeze in. For those of you in the left wing and in the right wing, please squeeze in the center so that all of you can be captured in one frame. Is it good? All good already? Everyone is captured in one frame. So now please be ready to give your best smile in this wonderful momentum. Look at the camera on a count of 3. 3, 2, 1. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Let's give a round of applause. And you can be seated now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to congratulate the winners of Solar Awards 2025. Hopefully, this achievement can be the source of our enthusiasm to continuously promote solar energy as a motor of energy distributions, equal energy distributions in Indonesia, and to achieve green energy. And in the midst of crisis of energy and climate crisis, we have increasing demand of energy, and Indonesia has a golden opportunity to achieve clean energy in this respect. And for this, we continually take a real step in implementations of rooftop solar PV with the feature of solar calculators. Users can calculate their needs of energy. Not only that, Solar Hub also provides dynamic data, articles and publication, directory of service providers, as well as interesting infographic information that can facilitate anyone that needs to access solar energy information. With the support of Institute of Essential Services Reform, Solar Hub has become a bridge to connect clean energy with service providers to support stakeholders. So let's work together to realize the vision to achieve clean energy, because information is the key to motivation, and motivation promotes real action. Together with Solar Hub, let's work together to achieve a better, sustainable future for Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier we have witnessed and watched a video showing that Solar Hub can be used and utilized by community members, by anyone throughout Indonesia. Hopefully, with the presence of Solar Hub, Indonesia can optimize the utilizations of renewable solar energy, which benefit can be felt from Sabang to Merauke, from the western part to the eastern part of Indonesia. So we look forward to our panel sessions. We have two parallel sessions in two different rooms happening at the same time. Our vision and missions remain the same: to optimize solar energy and to optimize renewable energy in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, during the panel session, you can send your requests by scanning the QR code available on your table. So during the panel session, if you would like to ask a question, you can submit your question by scanning the QR code available on your table. At the end of the session, the moderator will select and read out the question that you have posted through that QR code. Ladies and gentlemen, being mindful of our limited time, I believe you cannot wait to listen to the panel session. We look forward to the sharing of knowledge, and therefore we would like to proceed with the session Turning Sunlight into Energy. The session will be led by our moderator, the Viria ENB. Let's welcome Ibu Susanti Sitorus PhD, our Viria ENB Director. Thank you to our MC. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. I hope you still keep up with your high spirit. It is an honor for me to be the moderator in the first panel of Indonesia Solar Summit 2025. The theme is Turning Sunlight into Strategies. What are the strategies? So the committee has reminded us that the strategy here is the strategy to develop green economy into sustainable energy. Yeah. So we heard this morning that Indonesia is in good momentum, wonderful momentum to accelerate the development of solar PV, be it big scale or smaller scale solar PVs. So we can feel the enthusiasm coming from business sectors, colleagues engage in solar industry, and I have also seen a good spirit and motivation and enthusiasm from other stakeholders. And I've read in Bloomberg Energy platform last month, it was mentioned that there was a comparison of addition to solar energy proportion in Southeast Asia. So there is a very fascinating projection in 2022 Indonesia compared to other countries such as Vietnam. So our portion is very small compared to other countries. But starting from 2025, there has been a wonderful increase, and it's going to be a significant one starting from 2028 up until 2030. In 2030, it is projected that the addition that we are going to add will be able to make us beat the portions of Malaysia, yeah? But we know that throughout the way, we may face challenges and it might not be easy. And we've heard from Madam Director General, there are logistical challenges that makes the price high. And another challenge that we have is that we are still lacking human resources. And Another challenge is that legal uncertainty or policy uncertainty. These are three items of challenges that we have, and therefore we would like to invite and resource persons to join with us, to discuss with us how we can accelerate our efforts in this wonderful momentum and to ensure that we can turn sunlight into strategies for green economy in Indonesia. And therefore, without further ado, we would like to invite to join us on stage Bapak Daniel Tampu Polon from Pertamina, the Executive Vice President for New and Renewable Energy, and Pak Adis Mantahar from Renewable Energy Business Development. He is Renewable Energy Manager from PLN. Oh, I'm sorry. I said it in a wrong way, yeah? Sorry. So I was so confident that I could memorize everything. So Pak Daniel is from PLN and Pak Adis Mantara from Pertamina, yeah? That's the correct information. And the third one is, yeah, this is to make sure that you pay attention. Yeah. So it seems that you pay attention, therefore you were able to correct my mistakes. And the next one is Pak Panca Pramudia, a researcher from Institute for Development of Economics and Finance in DAF. And please join us on stage. And we would also like to invite Pak Fabi Tumiwa, CEO from IESR, to join us on stage and to discuss with us. And this time, different from previous years, we have our commitment, we have our target, and we have been able to achieve our commitment and our target. And I'd like to ask a question to Pak Daniel from PLN, State Electricity Company. So Pak Daniel, we have heard some plans and some targets that we have. Maybe you can share with us concrete examples of plans in the next 2 years. So PLN to accelerate and to ensure that we can achieve the target. Because if I'm not mistaken, in the previous years, if we look at the annual target, we were only achieved 30% of the total target. And if we would like to ensure we can achieve 100%, the gap is still big, And next year, we also need to think about the tender or bidding process, whether or not there can be some sort of reform so that we can accelerate the bidding or tender process. Thank you so much, Pak Fabi, and to other colleagues, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Daniel Tampupolon, Manager of New and Renewable Energy. I've been spending 17 years in distribution field. So I monitored as well in Papua and in East Nusa Tenggara. And from time to time, we can see that exploration as well as research development concerning solar energy has shown improvement. If we look at some studies, Pak Fabi Tumiwa, and in Indonesia, we can see even 1,000 raw potential, 1,000 of giga in terms of raw potential. And if we look at the electricity supply business plan, out of the potential that we see and research that we've read, and this has been preferred, and feasibility studies have been conducted, and it's quite dominant, 17.1 giga in the next 10 years. And if we look at the number, if we look at the historical data, this is quite challenging if we do not have any breakthrough, First, let's look at the implementation of the 17.1 giga. We need to see the spread, the distribution. We are aware, and we do realize that all the solar potential, some are significant in terms of the size of utility scale, and some are smaller or micro in terms of the size. So I was assigned by Pak Nur Pamuji, in PLN, in Merauke, and the representative from North Kalimantan mentioned that the solar panel was utilized to provide electricity to the people there in the area. So it is mandatory and a single supply. So through this segment, we engage through a program with a collaboration with the ministry to provide electricity, to distribute electricity at the rural level, yeah, to absorb the 17.3 giga, and another one that is big in scale in terms of the utility scale. And we've seen in the previous years, we have procured for 100 mega, and going forward for the procurement at this scale, we will continually do procurement so that the execution can be conducted. Another important thing for us, and this has been part of the policies of our country, it is how strategic investment can be conducted. We realize that PLN cannot do this alone, and therefore we have opened a solar hub. So congratulations for the solar hub. So we also opened investment hub. So this is a kind of investment hub. And Madam Director General, is it for renewable energy? No, for all. So we have achieved even 60 to 70% of participation of IPP. I believe this will accelerate the execution of electricity supply business plan going forward. Another thing that we need to engage and encourage to all of you, the stakeholders in the solar industry in Indonesia, because we would like to ensure that the investment is inclusive. We also pay attention to the nurturing system, how the government can nurture the ecosystem and through PLN to support the local investors so that big investment or big procurement can be successfully executed by local developers. I think that's a very important thing if we open investment hub. Being inclusive is very important, yeah, in terms of utility, be it small or big scales. And this is a very crucial learning, yeah, such as in Chirata. Oh, some mentioned that, oh, in terms of the process, it is not business-like. And in a smaller scale, in rural areas, so far not implemented smoothly. Now, if we look at what's and ask a question with about the of PLN effort in terms of be it for small scale and bigger scale evaluation. So when we were assigned in Papua and in East Nusa Tenggara, Pak Fabi and ladies and gentlemen, there were many solar power plants that have been built with positive intention and support from national and international agencies that have put in place their investment. But the business scheme was not implemented well or optimally at that time. So PLN as a single off-taker throughout the rural areas or villages has a role to optimize all energies generated from solar power plants. So in Project Mentari Project, GIZ, and also colleagues from BRIN, there were lots of good intention. But again, there were challenges such as asset transfer, market mechanism, and tariff setting. We in PLN, we are ready as an off-taker in all small units. What we do normally is that we transform the pattern, we change the pattern into operational cooperation. So in some areas, we have conducted operational cooperation, especially in Papua. So many have been embraced with this operational scheme so that the scheme can be up and running, even though the transaction is left behind. But the main goal is to provide electricity for all customers in the area. So going forward, this room can be open, yeah. This space can be open, and as the extension of the government, we stand ready as an off-taker with all good positive intention and support from international and domestic agencies through green funding with wonderful initiative. We are ready to cooperate. Meanwhile, for the big ones, going forward, well, we have gathered all the aspiration and how our subholding, the IP and PLN can collaborate with all international investors. So going forward, we want to make sure that it is going to be fair and square. There will be resharing and financial sharing. So the learnings that we have collected in the past serve as an input for us so that going forward, the experience can be more enjoyable and much awaited for by all. I believe representative from IPP have taken notes on this and can ask further information on the detail regarding the mechanism perhaps. Yeah, you mentioned about rural electricity in villages. You mentioned assurance for off-taking. So how is the engagement of community members in villages? Because solar energy is not only for electrification and to reduce emission, but to meet the economic demand of community members. In Java Island or in Sumatra Islands, maybe they already have village-owned enterprise or they call it BUMDES. Meanwhile, in other areas, we still need community members' engagement. I'd like to check whether PLN can do this already or PLN still needs regulation to be issued by relevant ministries. So with regarding this one, we can see in East Nusa Tenggara, yeah, it's almost 20% of, we call it green islands, yeah, meaning that 100% of their energy comes from green electricity. Almost 20 green islands in East Nusa Tenggara. What do they do there in East Nusa Tenggara regarding the utilizations of solar energy to support their economy? Ladies and gentlemen, we are aware that battery technology is evolving and the cost has been able to be reduced significantly, but not as significant as to achieve a number which is head to head or achieving parity with the production costs, and therefore PLN conducts modified demand side management manually. So normally we have a WhatsApp group in each island to provide information from time to time to the participants, to the people there, saying that, today the sun is shining brightly, so we can utilize these up until a particular time. But during cloudy times, our operators at the islands will inform the participants that, perhaps our battery will not be able to run up until a certain time. So if you would like to cook and do anything else, please do it right now, because this is not utopia. Battery requires big investment as well compared to the PV. So from time to time, I think we have achieved a good maturity. This is what happens in the field, regardless of our understanding concerning how battery can support PV. But in some areas, we have limitation. We have arrangement by incorporating our local wisdom to ensure that the utilization remains good, and we also maintain our assets so that the batteries will not reach overcapacity too soon, so we are able to achieve the economic target. So we implement collaboration with PLN. Our position is we are ready ever since the ministerial regulation was issued. Even in some areas where we feel that the achievement is not as targeted, to ensure that the subnational owned enterprise can keep on running, we offer some sort of cooperation, yeah, to ensure that the asset will not stuck and the asset can keep running, yeah. So this is what is done in the subnational area. So again, it depends on the capacity of the technician on site as well. So the selections of operators in the islands that I've mentioned earlier, normally we have our human capital division at the central office. They are doing the selection to make sure that we also recruit local heroes, local people, and they have a sense of ownership and they are appointed as local heroes. And from time to time, they can also share to their juniors on the utilizations of new renewable energy. We know that in terms of the investment, the asset is expensive and these assets are located spread over Indonesia, and PLN might not be able to monitor everything optimally, yeah. So therefore we engage them as part of our effort to ensure that there is a sense of ownerships as well from them. So thank you so much, and now I would like to give the floor to Pak Daniel. Pak Daniel, concerning smart grid, how ready PLN is to accept more and more energy or electricity from new renewable energy. So again, I have to mention another hero that we have, Mr. Nur Pamuji. At that time, I was still a staff member in the central PLN. There was a project which is called Smart Community Base in Karawang, collaborating with NIDO. Yeah, at that time, there was a scheme to implement battery energy storage, yeah, 1 mega at that time, 15 years ago. So there was a problem or challenges in terms of the asset transfer, but at least right now we already have a knowledge and know-how regarding this one. So it was mentioned earlier about the utilizations of technology and smart grid to ensure that we have better penetration, to realize our jargon. Well, this is not a jargon anymore. Actually, this is mandatory. No transition without smart grid. Yeah, in some areas, they show that their power plants can adapt the variable renewable energy from the smart grid. So we can see the smart automation. We can also see the arrangement done in their coal facilities. And in addition to that, we also have some arrangement in sensing frequency. In some part of the world, we've seen that the arrangement and monitoring in terms of the transmission and distributions, they do integration, making it more sensitive for frequency trigger. So our guru, Pak Joko, in our division mentioned that, oh, our response to the frequency, it is as if we are walking by the side of the beach. If we do not have a good sensing, we might get stuck in trouble. And therefore, we need good sensing of frequency. And we need to be able to engage others as well properly. Yeah. And another thing
that we do in other areas, we do smart microgrid. We combine or automate the works of diesel, even though the base is small, and also PV. Even in the small, it comes up with 32 state positions. So there are 32 states that regulate. If it's like this, then it is supposed to be like this. So like batteries, the diesel is off, for instance. There are 32. There's also diesel of mode, yeah, the DOM, yeah. So the diesel doesn't need to be engaged. So if we do the 32 states and the automation runs smoothly, so the EBT, new renewable energy, will be maximum, yeah. So this is the model that we have at a smaller scale. The challenge is to do it at the bigger scale. Yeah, so there are also technological and also financing challenges, but whatever the challenges are, we have to keep on moving. As mentioned by Pak Febi Tumiwa, at the end of the day, we have to move towards new renewable energy. Yeah. So we are moving towards that direction, even though there are challenges in investment and also technology, but the solution is there, and this is being formulated. And I would like to move on to Pak Ade Tahar from Pertamina. Here, the position of Pertamina is more like a developer, right? In this regard, that will be developing a portfolio of new renewable energy. So from Pertamina's point of view, looking at the economic side of new renewable energy, whether or not it has been achieved, so and whether or not it is quite interesting for long-term investment, and what are the plans of Pertamina to develop this portfolio, be it using your own funding or by attracting other investors. Yes, thank you very much, Ma'am Susanti. With your permission, my teacher, Pak Muji and Pak Milton are my teachers. And there is also my former boss, Pak Harinto Darmowo, and Pak Joko, yeah, from Eco Power. So apologies if for any shortcomings, yeah. So in short, what I understand is, Pak Adri, I'm full of spirit, yeah, so that we wouldn't be sleepy because it's nearing the lunchtime. So in short, the economy of solar power plants is so thin, yeah. So the assumptions that are built when we prepare the economic model and there is a shift, and that it will become not visible, yeah. The assumptions of an increase in tariffs, an interest rate, capex assumptions of land prices. So if there is a shift, if there is a sway and it's sensitive, then things would go wrong, yeah. So IPP, ma'am, the project developer, there are two projects in general. The first one and the main one is through the PLN tender, which is managed by the RUPTL, or the Electricity Supply Business Plan. Second of all, it goes to self-procurement through ULPTS, yeah, like solar rooftops. Yeah. So for those, the treatments are a bit different. So for the PLN tender, we have the tariff cap, yeah, based on the Presidential Regulation number 112 of 2022, and you join the tender, and the PLN colleagues have their honor estimate. And in general, based on our experience so far, the EOA of PLN is lower than the cap tariff, the Presidential Regulation. If they would like to join the second pathway, the IUP-TLS, they do self-installation. The standard of the tariff is customers request the tariffs to be lower than the tariff of PLN subscription. So at the utility level, the PLN tariff is 1,035 per kilowatt hour. It needs to be lower, plus PPN of 10%. So I believe most of my colleagues is around 700 to 800 per kilowatt hour, yeah. So there are assumptions, yeah. So there are assumptions for tariff increase, and most of the colleagues are aggressive, yeah, in terms of this tariff increase. So for solar power plants, big scale solar power plants that join the PLN tender, take one tariff above 20 megawatt, let's say the LCOA, the tariff implemented is the step-down tariff, yeah, 1 until 10, there are tariffs, and 10 to 25, that's the second tariff. But if we take the average, it is around 5.8 cent per kilowatt hour. Per kilowatt hour. 5.8 cent 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 per So every company must have their own standard. The expected returns are different as well. And if we may compare a little bit, because the Pertamina NRE has just done the acquisition, project in the Philippines. So we kind of understand the situation in the Philippines. Geothermal? No, solar PV, for PLTS. So there's acquisition of Citicore, the company, it's 20%. They have operated 285 megawatt, and under construction is 1 gigawatt. The tender of GF4 has been completed, the total of the tender is 10 gigawatt for 4 years of COD. So the lowest PLTS tariff is around 4.2 peso per kilowatt hour. So in average, 7.7 cent per kilowatt hour. So that's the lowest tariff in the Philippines without the land. While our presidential regulation, 5.8 plus the land. But thank God, we would like to thank the PLN, because in the latest procurement, Pak Daniel, there was a market consultation, Mentari Jawa project. It was encouraged that the future plan is BOO, no longer BOT. With this condition, this would certainly help developers so that land will not become part of CapEx, but it becomes part of OpEx. So after 25 years, the ending of the contract, the land will not become a part that has lost. So for PNRE plan, yes, our position is to support the PLN programs. The PLN has what gigawatt program? So we try our best to support the programs so that the programs can be achieved. And thank God, with us penetrating the Philippines, we could learn more about the Philippines on how they can build 1 megawatt per day. So Citicore has the capacity of installment of 1 gigawatt per day. They can be fast, and we can learn from there for the competency that we can bring into our country to help PLN achieve its program results. So that's implemented by big companies. They do acquisition of other smaller companies in other countries, and this is then implemented in Indonesia. So the financial capacity of PLN is strong compared to other companies in Indonesia, Pak. So for financing, so far, is scheme in Indonesia, or is it okay with your own capacity? If there needs to be improvement, what do you think needs to be there or needs to exist? I believe this is something groundbreaking, because the acceleration of the targets, as you said, this would be unlikely if we still use the same financing. So I think experience is different from other IPP experience. They have been receiving a lot of tender projects. Our projects are mostly the captive market under Pertamina. So based on my understanding, any kind of financial instruments have their advantages and disadvantages. Some regulations, some requirements are not strict, but the interest is higher. Some offer lower interest and then off balance, non-record, but the requirements are complicated. It requires environment impact analysis, and that's the types of the requirements. And so far, because our finance is quite good, Pak Muji, I would like to invite later, some of you to also give comments. So once we get the contract, once it is done, we build with equity, and when it's done, we can look for loans that have low interest. So the construction risks are gone, yeah, so it will be cheaper. And going forward, if we are trusted by PLN colleagues to deal with big projects, yeah, we would try project financing. There's PLN there and there's Pertamina there, and we hope to be able to do it. Yeah. What's the lowest one? The lowest or the biggest one? The lowest one, yeah. If the smallest or the lowest one, because there was an assignment to build in 2022 solar power plant in the fuel stations, yeah. 500, yeah. That's the smallest one. The biggest one in Pertamina Hulu Rokan, 26 megawatt. So the gap is quite huge. But this is, yeah, basically in the captive of Pertamina, yeah. Yeah, we are not as great as Pak Andi or Pak Joko, yeah, that have managed to receive the tender projects, yeah. Maybe there is a question of why you do not involve them, yeah. Okay, so you mentioned about the improvement strategies, yeah, that really help, yeah, from BOT to BOO, as you said. Anything else maybe from the Pertamina side that is expected to also be done, yeah? So yeah, this is feedback, right? Yeah, this is a forum for us to exchange inputs, yeah. Yeah, I think that's a lot, yeah. If we talk about something that we can encourage, yeah. But one thing, our regulatory framework is not the same as the Philippines, of the Philippines, that is liberal one. The regulatory framework that we have with the conditions that have been reiterated by the decision of the Constitutional Court of 2024, if I may suggest, so the determination of the tariffs under the presidential regulation, yeah, number 2022. So my suggestion is renewables, especially solar power plants, please do not burden them for the reduction in the PPT for PLN, yeah. So if there is an effort to reduce the BPP of PLN, this needs to be burdened to coal and gas, yeah, the non-renewable, yeah. So because the tariff cap will not be numbers that will be stated in the presidential regulation, but BPP PLN of the local system, yeah. So that's the cap tariff, right? Because during implementation, this will be at the bottom, yeah. So it's not in the form of numbers, like the one stated in the presidential regulation 5.8, 7, 8, but it's more like the local BPP, yeah, because this will adjust, because BPP, back in the day, it was released, it was issued on an annual basis, yeah, through the ministerial decision, yeah, of Ministry of Energy, yeah. And this will be dynamic with the conditions of the market, yeah. Second of all, if it's possible, there needs to be a floor tariff. So there is a cap tariff and there is a floor tariff. So if one joins a tender, they will not have very low prices, yeah. Because once they do it, it would be difficult for them to go up, yeah. And it would be difficult for the next tenders to move up, yeah. So yeah, it is about the scheme, yeah, not only about the numbers, but the whole scheme by taking into account the flexibility of understanding the conditions of Indonesia, yeah, the economic and geographical conditions and practices at the subnational level, also pay attention to the conditions of the culture so that they can be actively engaged, yeah. Yeah. Apologies if I made any mistakes, yeah. Yeah, we will not blame you, yeah, because what you mentioned was inputs, yeah, or suggestions. Any questions? Maybe one, yeah, something that we need a breakthrough in, because the OT has shifted into BOO, yeah. So thank God. So maybe any other things? I would like to move on to Pak Panca, yeah, from the economic think tank. We've heard from our Madam Director General on to achieve the target in the electricity supply business plan, 70% of which of the budget is beyond the government budget. But still, engagement of the central government budget is still required, which is reflected on national state-owned companies, yeah. But we are under a pressing fiscal condition, yeah. These fiscal issues are not only issues in developing countries, but also in developed countries. So what can the government do with the conditions like this and the target, so that the targets can still be achieved with the instruments own, yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So in order to answer that question, I believe the challenges are, well, limitations are sometimes not limitations, but this can be an opportunity or a moment for us to carry out transformation. What basic transformation needs to be done in the energy sector, in the energy economy? What I see is a huge change, yeah, from servicing clients into a collaborative business. So the provision of electricity is not a one-sided activity to provide electricity that is ready to use, but it is how we can make a new economic sector in the collaborative business where all the actors can contribute and they can play in the supply chain effectively, yeah. So it requires changes, not only regulations or not only about the budget. Within a minimum budget, this could also be a trigger. What we need to change fundamentally is the first one, the business process. How the business process can open opportunities. Say, at first it only accommodated or disperses services, then it becomes a way to collaborate. Yeah. So this is an opportunity going forward. So from captive from Pertamina, but also capturing opportunities that are available, yeah, to do it together or jointly. Besides that, the changes in the business process, how can this be escalated into institutionalization? So if you look at the institutionalization, we have the concept to develop green economy through solar power plants. And the changes are not only at the institutional level, but it goes up to the behavioral change. Yeah? The behavior to see that clients that were the person requesting services, they can also be the provider of energy. Yeah? And second of all, it is also important that the government's role is to facilitate, but not only to facilitate the basic rights, but also good prices as well. And also entrepreneurship together to support this business collaboration, this collaborative business, yeah. And the private sector can also see stakeholders as the potential to partnership and also an opportunity to carry out investment as opposed to not managing the finance, yeah. So there is no return, So this is a new space for us to take action, and also the supplier of technology and also equipment will also think that we need to develop an approach where the participants in energy supply chain can also support the participation. So not only providing energy with the limitations or with the available budget, but it doesn't go anywhere. And this is a challenge because we are also faced with several new breakthroughs that are the initiatives of our current administration, like Danantara, the Red and White Cooperative, and also some other opportunities like People Schools. So how all of those, yeah, we don't see it as like very difficult government policies, but all the elements of the new policies can be sources of collaborative business energy to develop. So there was a stress on business process and also improvement in business model if we reflect on the provision of buses or public transportation in the urban area. The business model is that the subnational governments do not need to purchase the buses. They can collaborate with the operators and also distributors of the vehicles. So there is a scheme so that the subnational government only needs to pay to the operator, yeah, based on the kilometers charged. There is another business model that can also be implemented for new renewable energy. So Pak Febi will also share a story in Bali, yeah, on the directives from the governor to PLN, yeah, on how PLN can develop the business model. We are still with Mas Pancha, so there needs to be a shift in our perspectives. We have actually implemented public-private partnership for quite some time, right? So if we want this to be quick, yeah, like 7% from APP, and based on Pak Pancha, it's not only supplier but also technology. But there needs to be different ways as well, yeah, in partnership, in the PPP, yeah, public-private partnership. So maybe one thing that is concrete that needs to be changed, be it with or without policies. Yeah, again, I see it as the importance of landscape change. Yeah, so all the financial part, public-private partnerships, and so on and so forth, they need to be directed to not only look for finances, but also to create a room for interaction and matching. So to have public-private cooperation and also innovative approaches like crowdfunding, green financing, green bonds. So those are not only looking for new modes to produce return in this difficult situation, but how this can also promise innovations or can become a playing field, yeah, to try the approach and what we can develop from there. And the challenge is when it comes to blended finance, I see it when it comes to blended finance, people are often stuck with combining several types of funding, yeah. Actually, the basic concept of blended finance is how a person that has a source of income, yeah, source of resources, they can work with their own demand, but it supports one aim, yeah. So not only the government and also the private sector, but we also engage other parties like engage investor. So fair-based finance also important, yeah. So we have religious-based financing, yeah, like wakaf in Islam and also in Christianity. It can also answer the question, to save themselves from climate change or demographic bonus by using several green economy approaches. Yeah. I saw the sign. We started a little bit late, but there is still one more that we need to listen to. We would like to ask for Pak Febi's opinion as well, to answer the discussion as well. Yes, because we saw, ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of representatives from the subnational governments, from several provinces. It was also mentioned in the welcoming remarks of our Madam Director General, the importance of collaboration with the subnational governments. She is preparing a letter, directives to all the governors, and IESR has also worked in several provinces. Bali is one of which. So not only the government, but also other actors, in the landscape of the development of solar power. At the subnational level, what's the best collaboration? Development partners as well, as mentioned by Pak Daniel, with all the good intention. We don't want to create problems, right? So that's at the subnational level, but at the same time, on the business model, so maybe you can share as well with us, your experience in some areas where IESR has worked in. So we cannot only see Indonesia, the development of solar power plants. It is how we can utilize it so that it can be part of the supply chain. And we are also neighboring with our competitors. Thank you very much, Ibu Santi. As I said earlier, in order to be able to carry out solar power revolution, we need a lot of effort. It is very suitable in Indonesia. We have 17,000 islands from Sabang to Merauke. Second of all, there is a disparity in all areas. All the disparities are not only in economy, but also in infrastructure. And the real one is the need disparity on energy. So in Java, on average, above 3,000 kilowatt hours per capita. But if we go to East Nusa Tenggara, I had an opportunity to go to remote areas. If 50 kilowatt hour per month, it's already good, because the economic pattern is different, Why is it important? But it doesn't necessarily mean that we do not do anything, because the aim of development is to build, the economy, the human resources, so that they can use, or they can have more well-being, and they can use more energy. And what is important here is the role of local actors, actually, at the subnational level, because those who understand the context, the subnational context, is the subnational government, right? So from the instruments of planning and also policies, especially with the subnational energy plan, with the subnational general energy plan, actually the subnational level is provided a chance to use the resources that they have and also the capabilities that they have to contribute to the development and also utilization of renewable energy to answer the challenges, to address the challenges of development. Yeah, with those approaches, IESR, I believe since 5 years ago, we have worked with a lot of subnational governments, such as Bali, South Sumatra, Central Java, Jambi, and some others. So our work is to assist the subnational governments to plan and allocate those resources. So this local initiatives emerged, like in Central Java, in 2019. In 2021 or 2020, they declared themselves as solar power province, Because of this declaration, today, if we look at the development of solar power plant development and also the existence of the industry, solar modules, solar panels, we hope to have the ecosystem, Also with the initiative of 2023, Bali Net Zero 2045, that is the initiative to encourage the utilization of renewable energy in Bali so that Bali can achieve 100% renewable energy. One of the energy sources that Bali has is the solar energy. So why PLN? Because this is the one that can be utilized as soon as possible in Bali is rooftop solar power plants, but there is a challenge in funding and also financing, So this concept is also seen by the state electricity company or PLN, so they see an opportunity to accelerate the development of solar energy alongside the electricity users or consumers. So there is an idea to make power plant, So PLN will invest the rooftop solar power plants alongside batteries by using rooftops. In the first stage is the subnational government rooftops, The target is 100 megawatt, So with this is a good business model actually because the government building rooftops or like people's houses rooftops, this can provide electricity, and this can be distributed well. I believe this can be implemented in other provinces. Say, I remember, in the Presidential Regulation number 72 of 2022, there is a provision that a minimum of 30% of the size of the subnational government buildings need to use solar panels, But this hasn't been implemented, It is actually stated in the regulation, But they say that the problem is the subnational government doesn't have the budget, If the subnational governments would like to install solar panels, they do not have the budget, But with the current model, this is good, I guess, Not only carried out by PLN, the same concept has been carried out or has been used in India since 5 years ago. Because the state electricity company in India is expected to achieve electricity mix, a certain amount of electricity mix, or electricity energy mix. So if this can be encouraged throughout Indonesia in the provinces that have declaration, say government buildings, there are a lot of government buildings, ISR has carried out some studies, If we can have a lot of gigawatts, yeah, if this can be carried out throughout Indonesia. And the model used by PLN in Bali, this can be replicated in other areas. So there can be two things. The first one, we encourage the demand. We encourage the demand of clean energy, yeah, like solar modules and also batteries, the industry of which is developing in Indonesia, rapidly developing, yeah, in Indonesia, yeah. Second of all, we also ask for people's participation, the subnational participation, and also the government, yeah, to invest in this energy. So if one says that, oh, the energy investment in Indonesia requires a lot of cost, yeah, around $1 billion, yeah, based on the Ministry of Energy calculation, $1 trillion up to 2050, 2060. Yeah. So we can imagine, yeah, with the approach, as I said, the development of energy can be carried out together, yeah. So because with this business model, anyone can join, yeah. So that's from PLN for public buildings, yeah. But maybe there are also others that can be developed for the solar rooftops, yeah, of the communities. Yeah, there is an operation, for example. We see in Bali, oh, I mean cooperative, yeah, there is a cooperative that funds the development or the construction of rooftop solar panels for the staff, yeah. But with the new movement, red and white cooperatives, I may suggest that the red and white cooperative can fund PLTS atap, yeah, or the rooftop solar panels. And there's also a subnational development bank. There needs to be a cooperation so that the quality of the technology is guaranteed and the OMM is also good. And in the future, if this can rapidly develop, PLN will have much smaller burden, yeah, because they do not really need to build new power plants, yeah, that have really absorbed half of the PLN capex, yeah, so they can focus on other things. So this is something that can be the future of energy transition in Indonesia by using solar energy. On the supply chain, as you said, yeah, for the supply chain, if we see, so IESR has carried out a comprehensive study, yeah, on supply chain, industry of solar power plants in Indonesia, yeah. And if we see in Indonesia, it has started to grow to the downstream, yeah, the solar modules, yeah, and so on and so forth, but not to the upstream level. Yeah. We need to build this from silica to ingot, for example, to wafer. So this is something that we don't have yet. It requires a support from the government, yeah, but there needs to be other industries like glasses. Glasses, we still import glass, yeah, from India and also China. So glass is not really difficult because we do have the industry in Indonesia, but the question is, why don't they build glass, special glass for solar modules? If the cell and module industry has developed, maybe for the glass industry, we can encourage them to produce with the appropriate volume, yeah, for the demand. But we need to keep bearing in mind that Indonesia is at the ASEAN market. There are a lot of ASEAN countries actually, like Malaysia, Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand as well. They have already built the solar power plant and industry, yeah. with ASEAN cooperation, Indonesia can actually engage other ASEAN countries to build a global supply chain. So if today it's 80% of solar power plants is dominated by China, ASEAN is supposed to be able to build the same supply chain. Yeah, actually, this initiative was pioneered not long ago. Yeah, so ISS 2023 that was hosted alongside ASEAN Solar Summit. We produced that declaration. Yeah, so to build a supply chain of a solar power plant industry in ASEAN. So our expectation is this idea needs to be encouraged because it requires ASEAN cooperation that is more structurized. And today, not many have encouraged this. Yeah, we have some from Malaysia and also others. And IESR so far has had collaboration with them, and we hope to be able to build supply chain in ASEAN. Yeah. Thank you very much, Pak Fabi. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from our 4 panelists that amidst the desire to accelerate solar energy as the source of renewable energy and also green economy. So that, but still there are a few things that we need to do. Like so far in the provision of electricity and also from the technical side. So the importance of understanding and also implementation of business model, yeah, new business models that maybe so far we lacked creativity when it comes to the cooperation between the government and also the private sector, yeah. So back in the day, if we had more money, solar panel, solar energy was not developing as well. So money is not the reason here, yeah. So before I close this amazing session, I would like to invite all the panelists, starting from Pak Ade, maybe just in one sentence, yeah. Out of all the things to be implemented, yeah, over the course of the next 2 or 3 years to achieve the dream of 17.1 gigawatt, yeah, that is achieved under RUPTL or Electricity Supply Business Plan and also energy mix. What needs to be done from Pak Ade to Pak Panca and Pak Adel? We have a bright future. Revision of residential regulation of 2022, especially on determination of tariff, will certainly help the implementation of solar power plants in Indonesia. Very complete, yeah, Pak Panca? Yeah, shortly, we must not lose our moment. But if I may, yeah, from Pak Febe's question, so it would be great, yeah, if PLN could ask their customers as investors, yeah, there would be a big revolution for good governance because this will measure, yeah, the one that can provide the best assessment is the consumers, yeah, not other parties. I think our success to encourage the development of solar power plants, it depends on our capability to build enabling environment, yeah. So like technology mastery and also participation. So this is the era of collaborative economy that becomes key for us to carry out energy transition in a fast and also sustainable manner, yeah. Yes, thank you. Yeah, to resonate with that, yeah, PLN is ready to collaborate. One thing that we have touched upon is out of the 10,000 customers that have installed solar PV and collaborated with PLN, it is actually half and half, yeah. So it means that the use of electricity has increased, yeah. It is different from public opinion. Why? Because after installing PV, their use of electricity increases, yeah. One of the things that we haven't really touched upon is green economy, yeah. When it comes to supply and all the investment which is supported by green economy, then maybe the value and also the services produced from PV can have an added value that can give more spirits, yeah, to this, yeah. So the upstream that we haven't really touched upon is the downstream sector, yeah. Yes, give a big round of applause to all the resource persons. So yeah, turning the sunlight in Indonesia, yeah, we have abundant sunlight in Indonesia, yeah. So this is an opportunity for us to support green sustainable economy and also to strengthen the foundation for community engagement, not only as consumers, but also users and also as people that need to all the economic benefits in Indonesia in a just manner, yeah. So thank you very much. And with that, I would like to close the first panel session. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, thank you very much to all the resource persons and moderator. Please stay on the stage because we will our renewable energy certificates, yeah, to all the moderators and also resource persons. Can you show it to the camera so that we can take a picture for the interest of time, yeah? And I believe the participants are feeling hungry, yeah? So the lunch session is 30 minutes, yeah? So in front of the ballroom. So if you would like to perform your prayer, the location for shalat or prayer is in front of the cafe. So once again, we will start again at 13:30 Western Indonesia time. We will move on with 2 parallel sessions in 2 locations in Flores A and also this plenary hall, yeah? Each room will have discussions alongside the monologues of stories from all over Indonesia. So you can choose the stories that suit you. And for your information, Flores A room, from this room, you go to the lobby, take a turn right, and then you can see the sign of Flores A ballroom. Once again, to all the participants, please proceed into the room at 13:30 Western Indonesia time so that we can all join our sessions well. So I am Vita Priscilla. See you again at 13:30.
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to continue with the next part of the agenda today, the first panel session. Our theme is Solar for All. And after this session, we will have and witness together the second panel session with the theme of localizing the value chain for the national and global demand. Without further ado, we would like to start with the first panel session led by our moderator from IESR, Dr. Malistia Citra Ningrum, our program manager for sustainable energy access. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you very much for joining us in the first panel session. So in this panel session, we will discuss something that is very close to me personally. The title of the session is Solar for All. So we in IESR believe that solar power is a democratic power that can be used for any utilization and at any scale. And today I'm very delighted and thrilled to be able to have the panelists coming from different sectors and different utilizations of solar power for us to even more believe that this is a democratic power, yeah? Solar power. We have our speakers. The first one is Bapak Jisman Hutajulu, Director General for Electricity from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, represented by Pak Hasan Marsum, Sub-Coordinator for the National Electricity Power Supply. Pak Hasan, please join me on stage. And the second speaker is Ibu Eni Lestari, Head of the Infrastructure and Natural Resources Bureau, the Subnational Secretariat Office of Central Java Government. Thank you. Welcome, Ibu. The third panelist is Ibu Mustika Wijaya, founder and executive director of Solar Chapter. Last but not least, Ibu Hening Parlan, program director of Seribu Cahaya Muhammadiyah. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are staying in good health, staying happy and healthy. So I personally love this panel because we have a good gender balance in this panel session. And solar energy provides many opportunities to many parties to provide contributions and to receive benefits. I'd like to go first with Pak Hasan, yeah, because we talk about the paradigm of solar for all. We know that solar energy can be utilized and everyone can feel the benefit. However, there are many areas in Indonesia that haven't been able to get access to this energy, and this energy can be accessed by utilization of solar PV to meet the needs of community members, especially in remote areas. So what do you think? What can we do to ensure that this can be accessed by all? Thank you for the question. First of all, allow me to extend the apology of my leadership. My leadership was supposed to attend today. However, due to another commitment, my leadership is not able to attend today, and I speak on their behalf. And concerning the plan for the provisions of solar power in Indonesia, I have a PowerPoint presentation. Maybe the committee can pull up the presentation on screen. Thank you for that. So allow me to continue. Next slide, please. There you go. So the install capacity as per June 2025, the install capacity is 150 gigawatt out of this 105, 105 gigawatt. So 85% is fossil fuels. Meanwhile, new renewable energy is around 15%. 15% out of this 105 gigawatts. Meanwhile, for solar PV, 140 gigawatts, yeah. Meanwhile, from this 114 gigawatt, we have 0.39 gigawatt owned by PLN. Meanwhile, 0.69 gigawatt is UPTLS. And this is available in the areas that are non-PLN areas. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So we would like to share with you the ratio of electrification in Indonesia for the first quarter 2025. Meanwhile, for electrification ratio, 99.8%. Meanwhile, for the electrified village ratio, 99.9%. So almost in all areas, the ratio of electrification is 99.9%, except for Central Kalimantan, ya. Central Kalimantan 98%, East Nusa Tenggara 96%. Meanwhile in mountainous Papua 94%. Meanwhile in Central Papua around 94%. So this is the overview of the electrification ratio as well as electrified villages in Indonesia. And we in the Directorate General for Electricity, we prepare document for national electrification. And in this document, this is to fulfill the needs for electricity. We are going to build a lot of power plants that are based on new and renewable energy, including solar energy. So in 2025, we project that the installed capacity of our power plants is 106 gigawatt. 3 is solar ones. Meanwhile, in 2060, the installed capacity is 443 gigawatts. Meanwhile, for the production, out of the 109 gigawatts, the contribution is amounting 80% from the electricity production. So we project that the needs for electricity, 88% will come from solar power plant. Meanwhile, this is the document for electricity supply business plan in the next 10 years up until 2034. So out of the 69.5 gigawatt, 1 gigawatt is from solar power plant. Meanwhile, for the wind power plants, 2 gigawatt, and they need the base of around 6 gigawatt. So this is the distribution on annual basis. So in 2025, we plan to build 777 megawatt. Meanwhile, in 2026, 980 megawatt, and then continued in 2030, 240 megawatt. Meanwhile, as for the distributions, the biggest one is in Java Island. In Java Island, for the next 10 years, we plan to have 10 0.9 gigawatt. Meanwhile, the second one is Sumatra. In Sumatra, 1.6 gigawatt. Meanwhile, for Kalimantan, 1.5 gigawatt, and in Sulawesi, 1.5. Whereas in the region of Maluku, Papua, and Nusa Tenggara, we plan to build solar PV for the next 10 years with the capacity of 47 gigawatt. To electrify remote areas, we in the Directorate General of Electrification have three strategies. The first one is the expansion of network for areas that are not yet electrified, but they are close to the distribution network. We plan to expand the electricity network. The second strategy is having mini grids. So these mini grids are for areas that are far from distribution areas. And the third strategy is that for areas, the population of which are spreading or scattered, we plan to build new renewable energy power plant, SPLA, as well as these are the area to electrify areas that are not electrified yet. Meanwhile, for underprivileged community members, they have the electricity network, but they are not able to pay for the installation fee. Then the government will assist with the new installations of electricity for poor communities. So these are the plans that the government has. Thank you very much, Pak Hasan. So the question that often appears concerning new renewable energy programs of the government is concerning sustainability, because there are perhaps many projects that are not able to operate effectively up until now. So how the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources can take the learning from what has happened so far so that the solar power plant program development will be continuous or sustainable. Thank you for that. Regarding the plan for development of solar power plant, since the beginning, we have had our coordination with the National Electricity Company or PLN. Therefore, regarding the operation as well as maintenance, our plan for the development of power plants by the government, we plan that these will keep running, yeah, and to put our best efforts to avoid non-operation due to damages and etc. So oftentimes we have challenges in terms of the asset transfer and management from the central government to the subnational government. It seems that there are things that are missing. So going forward, we will continually engage PLN for the continuity of the plan for the development of power plants that we have. Thank you very much, Pak Hasan. And now I'd like to go to Ibu Eni from Central Java. So from the perspective of central government, they have programs and strategies that are significant, including electricity for villages. However, oftentimes the authority of the subnational government is oftentimes the challenge on how the subnational government can innovate, taking a role that is more significant to develop solar power plants. So how the central government, the government of Central Java can take a progressive step to accelerate the development of solar power plants in Central Java. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So this is such a wonderful opportunity for us from Central Java, from subnational region. You know, authority plays a very important role. If we don't have an authority, then we couldn't do anything, meaning that for the development as well as the fulfillment of the electricity need, especially solar power in Central Java, I think we in Central Java started from 2023. In Central Java, geographically speaking, we have areas, remote areas that were not reached by PLN services. So we have solar home system, one house, one solar system, and the capacity is very minimum, only 50 kilowatt peak, yeah, only to turn on 3 light points. As time goes by, the need for electricity is getting greater. Yeah, they want to use electricity to watch TV, to charge their mobile phone, to turn on their fridge. So there's more and more need for electricity. We also have communal solar PV, and up until 2018, most in most of parts, PLN has penetrated, yeah, to assist the system, and many community members have shifted to PLN. So in 2018, we have stopped the solar home system. And then after that, there emerged rooftop solar PV in line with the Energy and Mineral Resource Ministerial regulation on this respect. Even before PLN has a regulation on export and import, the Central Java government has installed this. The goal is to be able to provide piloting first. So we installed a rooftop PV in our office in Central Java. We installed 35 kilowatt peak. Yeah, even though we didn't do export and import, but at least in terms of the efficiency, we managed to have it, even though there was no regulation issued at that time yet, but we had collaborated with PLN, and after the issuance of Energy and Mineral Resources Regulation in 2019, we adjusted our efforts with the issued regulation.
At the rooftop and also the off-grid, the capacity is about 53 mega, yeah. So some sectors have implemented this. The biggest one is the industrial sector. This is the biggest sector, and we have the data as well. Let me open it. The data for the industrial that is used for electricity, but between communities, they use it for watering their plants, their garden. At the backyard, we do not use our own electricity, but yeah, we use it for our own garden. Just like what Ibu Eni said earlier, for chickens and for other matters as well. So for Muhammadiyah, whose people quite a lot, and also around 10,000 schools and 11,000 mosques, the education needs to be expanded. For us, the most important thing is they know not only to reduce the electricity prices, but we have to shift from something that is not that good to something that is really good. If the value has been put, there are a lot of verses in the Holy Book, yeah, like humans as helper, and we know that the earth is damaged and humans are asked to change and to fix the earth, and we have to shift our energy, yeah, so to heaven's energy, yeah, so not solar energy but heaven's energy, yeah. So in relation to religious teachings, yeah, on energy, what are the most frequently asked questions on this, yeah? Oh, they normally ask, Bu Haning, is this the wrong electricity? What's wrong with our electricity? Well, we cannot say that energy is something at fault. We have used it since the time we were born. What we have to explain is that mom, dad, so this is the energy, the usage, and the limitation, and what's so-called the lala, yeah? So oftentimes there is a power outage, yeah, like the one in Bali a few times ago. So a power outage is an example. So if there is a blackout or power outage, then what about a hospital that has surgeries like cesarean surgeries? Yeah, they have the equipment, but I would like to give an example. There is one question whether the energy that we are using has faults. Yeah, we cannot say that, oh, this is bad or this is good or not good. We would say that we need to change due to these reasons, for instance. Second of all, the question is, if we use a solar panel or the heavens energy, what's the benefit actually? The first benefit is, we often say that for those of you who are Muslims, yeah, do you recite your prayer? Yes. Okay, what does it mean? So we are convinced that there is no God besides Allah and also Muhammad Rasulullah. Are there any verses in the Holy Book, in the Quran, that states that we have to damage the earth? Yeah. And then there is also exploitation of mining, yeah, to exploit coal, yeah, for electricity. So maybe people think that, oh, there is that kind of energy. Yeah? So we need to shift our narrative here. So we have to be able to know what the advantage is. And another thing is we have illustrations. We give an example, like there are 38 AUMs, yeah. So this 38 annually they pay more than 38 billion rupees in a year. So when we say, ladies and gentlemen, what if we reduce the payment by 10%? Can we reduce it by 10%? It is possible because we have energy efficiency, and we didn't use solar panels at that time because it was the first program with Seribu Cahaya. There are two focuses. One is efficiency, energy efficiency, and second is solar development or heaven's energy. First the first one can reach 10%. Yeah, like Yogyakarta, you can go to Ahmad Dahlan University. So Ahmad Dahlan University has 4 buildings, and in these 4 buildings, the 4th building, during the construction, they predicted that there would be an increase in electricity bill of 72 million. With the efficiency process and also quote unquote heaven's energy, they only needed to pay 12 million, yeah, out of the 4 buildings. So there's an example. And another university in Muhammadiyah, it's 300, right? Oh, it's possible, apparently. So there needs to be examples like that. Yes, thank you very much, Buning. Yeah. Would you like us to show the video? Okay, maybe if we do not have time, then maybe next time, yeah. At each desk, there is a QR code for you to scan and lodge your questions if you would like to type your questions, yeah. But before we move on to the next questions, I would like to give this opportunity to the audience in the room, yeah, to ask questions to our resource persons. You may raise your hand, or you can also write your question by scanning the QR code at each table. Yes, any? If none, then I ask a question. Oh, okay, there's a question from the desk in the middle. Please raise your hand again. Please introduce yourself and who do you ask the question to? Let me check in the rundown. To Bapak from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Yes, with your permission, I would like to ask a question. So it is a bit beyond your presentation, yeah, but I would like to ask a question about public-private partnership on this solar energy. From the planning document, does it encourage all the parties to support the blended financing from the private sector, from philanthropists, from RUPTL or the electricity supply business plan? Is it already encouraging for all the private players to come in, or maybe there are special notes? And also to the lady from Muhammadiyah, yeah, I'm interested. I'm of a different religion, but I see that this is actually a good approach, based organization, yeah, for the use of solar. My question is, besides moral, because you talked about the moral lens, yeah, so people can take action, but beyond moral, what is the role of faith-based organizations like your religious-based organization? What else besides moral compass? Yes, thank you. What's your name? Samuel? Okay, the first question was directed to Pak Hasan. Pak Hasan, whether the planning or like National Electricity General Plan or Electricity Supply Business Plan are already interesting to attract investors. Yes, thank you very much for the question, Bapak. So in preparing the RUPTL or Electricity Supply Business Plan, most of the plan for the power plants is IBP. Yeah. It's private. Private is more dominant than the PLN portion. So that's first thing first. Because investment in the electricity sector requires a lot of investment, yeah. So there needs to be participation from all parties, yeah, not just the government with the national budget, and also PLN with the PLN budget, yeah, they fund all of the infrastructure of electricity, the power plant, transmission, and also others, yeah. And second of all, besides PLN, there's also Wilus non-PLN. It's actually like PLN, but the business area is limited. And in the electricity supply business plan of Wilus non-PLN, they can actually use APP. So there are actually APPs that operate in the Wilus. Yeah. And in the Wilus non-PLN, we, the government, we target new renewable energy at each Wilus in line with the National Electricity General Plan target. Yeah, so PLN and also Wilus non-PLN have the obligation to increase the portion of the new renewable energy mix. Yeah, for the PPP scheme. Yeah, so is there an interesting PPP already? PPP scheme? Well, I'm not really sure. Yeah, but as far as I'm concerned, there's only one. Yeah. Yeah, a coal power plant somewhere. Yeah. So what you said, I believe there's only one that has been done by our government. Thank you very much, Pak Hasan. Hopefully, this answered Muhammad's question. Besides moral, what else can be done, yeah, to attract people to use new renewable energy? Yeah. So one of the biggest challenges is awareness. Yeah. So multi-faith groups, yeah, not just Islam. I'm the coordinator of Green Faith Indonesia, so I work officially cross-religion, yeah. So for Muhammadiyah, it is not the job. We do voluntary work there, yeah. At Muhammadiyah, I serve as a coordinator for Seribu Cahaya, but my daily job is actually at Greenfield. So the first thing is awareness. This is crucially important because this can be carried out anywhere we want. Yeah, last week we actually signed an MOU with the board, yeah, at the church. So we will build a solar panel we will build solar panels at the church, yeah, in one of the areas. Yeah, what's the source of the funding? Yeah, first is awareness. Second, philanthropy. Let me ask you a question. Are there any donors that fund their solar panels? There's none, yeah? So if we want to build, yeah, we can improve the capacity building and also the awareness, yeah, Mbak Citra, yeah, and the same goes for you as well. So we assist in the philanthropy with our Christian friends, yeah. We work together with Persepuluhan. So what is funny is that when we built a solar panel at one of the elementary schools in West Java, we opened an online, we opened open donation online, yeah. Yeah, the first one who gave donation was a Buddhist, yeah. Yeah, so I said to her, "Oh, you're the first one, yeah, even though you're of a different religion, yeah. So yeah, Ning, I'm helping you now, yeah, from the Buddha community and also Konghucu community, yeah. So don't worry because many people of religious groups love to donate, yeah, if it has clear accountability, yeah. Yeah, because Indonesia is known as one of the generous countries, yeah, globally, one of which is due to religious teachings that we have to those in need, yeah, including philanthropy. And for your correction, Ibu Hening, yeah, in Bali, we also provide assistance to villages for solar power plants. Yeah, so there is an interesting question to Ibu Hening. This is from Slido. So the development of solar power plants in Central Java, is it full from the subnational budget? And what's the total? And also the maintenance? Thank you very much, Mbak Citra, ya. For the development of rooftop PLTS in Central Java, is it full from the national budget? Of course not, yeah. If we only rely on the subnational budget, like 30% of the whole needs of Central Java, of course, there wouldn't be any great development of rooftop solar power plants, yeah. So as I said earlier, yeah, campaigns with the governor circulars that advise government buildings, yeah, to just to give an example to the communities, and also to encourage business sector to develop solar power plants with their own capability. In regard to the subnational budget, yeah, it's there, yeah. Of course, we have to also give examples, but of course, we cannot really fulfill them all. There's also a possibility of the national budget. Yeah, we need to also have a look at those opportunities. Yeah, and mentioned by Bu Hening. Yeah, there are also churches. Yeah, and for the installation of rooftop power solar panels. Yeah, and the responses were really good. There's a technology that we can implement. Yeah, as mentioned by Mbak Mustika, for water pumps, Central Java has had a lot of implementation. So when it comes to increasing the elevation of water sources, yeah, with the distance of some kilometers, so it is elevated using three sticks, yeah, stages, yeah. So we use solar power plants, and then it has been carried out in Magelang area. So solar energy, we want to synergize it with food self-sufficiency for the water sector, yeah. So far, we have used the diesel pumps, yeah. So we are moving towards that direction to shift it, and what we are planning as well is in Sayung Demak, yeah. So the Central Java government was quite overwhelmed through PWPS and also through the National Road Center for the activity at Semarang Demak Toll Road. They were asked, yeah, how many hundreds of thousands or hundreds of millions of rupiahs have you spent for this year? So hopefully in 2025, this can be realized. At least this can serve as an educational means, yeah, to pump the water to the channels there. So not only with the subnational budget, but it also requires a collaboration. Yeah, this is a key to make solar power as something concrete, yeah, not just a paradigm. In Central Java with different examples, you can also see that solar power is manifested as democratic power, yeah, can be used by the government, the people of different religions, and also with the many religious teachings on this, yeah. And to close this, yeah, Bu Mustika, you may answer this question. Yeah, with solar for all, the solar energy can be used and also can benefit us all. So in your opinion, how can we jump or leap not only one or two leaps, but to have a bigger progress, yeah, in the utilization of solar power? Bu Mustika first. Well, from my end, in villages in subnational areas, we can collaborate with the village fund. Yeah, this can be escalated. Last year in 2024, 53% of the project budget came from the village fund. Yeah, and the village fund amounted to 250 up to 300 million rupees, yeah, in the first year. So this is actually a fund that we can tap in, but sometimes there's a regulation where the village fund, just like this year, yeah, the village fund, 30% of which needs to go to food security. Food security in East Nusa Tenggara doesn't include clean water. So villages that want to build solar power pumps, some do not join because 30% needs to go to food security. And for them, food security means open the land and do the planting, yeah? But how can we plant something in East Nusa Tenggara, yeah? Without water, yeah? Because 200 days something is drought. So how can we escalate or improve our collaboration with the village fund? Because based on the data in our platform, 610 villages, if the fund comes from the village fund, it is actually more sustainable depending compared to other funds, yeah. If village sustainable, are there any other sources like cooperatives or other schemes? Yeah, cooperatives or levies are usually after the first investment, yeah, after it is built 100% or 80% of clean water facilities, and afterwards the levies can be costs and also changes going forward. And second of all, the focus is there is one institution that is responsible, and there is also a fund for the assistance of training after these programs have been planned. Because if we just give it to the communities, there are a lot of programs like this on the ground, but yeah, it is not possible because every year there needs to be assistance and also training, because villages that contact solar chapter, they say that, oh, the pump is broken, the cable system is broken, but they don't know where to buy it. Yeah, the panels are broken, but they don't know where to buy the panels. They are just given the number of the vendor, but they don't know how the shipping is, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so that's the issue. Yeah, the training and also providing assistance after the construction. So actually, the potential to utilize the village fund and to engage the communities in the construction or the development of community-based solar power plant is huge. Yeah. So I saw this morning there was a representative from the Ministry of Villages. Yeah. So hopefully in the session that the village fund also affects the continuity of the development of community-based solar power plants. Yes, Ibu. So because the development of coal power plants is limited, yeah, and the development of water power plants takes time. So solar power plant can be provided quickly, yeah, to provide electricity demand, and for solar power plants are really needed. Yeah, the systems for PLN electricity, be it in Java, Sumatra, Kalimantan. How can we improve the flexibility of the system so that power plants like solar power plants, geothermal power plants, and also the ones built by the community like rooftop and ABP can come more into the system? So for solar power plants, the challenge is when it's going to be built in smaller systems. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the prices are quite high. So when the solar power plants that are to be built in an isolated area with base, the price could reach 2 digits. So that's why this is also our joint challenge on how the solar power plant and base system can get cheaper and the least cost or for the provision of electricity can be reduced so that solar power plants for this skeleton system can really replace the function of other power plants. Yeah. So our Madam Director General also said that the solar power plant system costs 20 million. Yeah, but for the delivery cost, the cost could reach 500 million rupees. Yeah, so that's the challenge. Buning, please. So I have 3 matters to accelerate solar for all. First and foremost, because I work mostly at the grassroots level and also with religions. So the first one is the shift in paradigm or point of view. Yeah, so we can actually move to quote unquote the heavens energy. Yeah, if it cannot be 100%, then that's okay. At least we can start. Yeah, and also if we have the perspective, we need to provide assistance. And as also mentioned by all the resource persons, awareness is important, but it is not just done once, one meeting, and then it is left. But assistance needs to always be provided so we can take champions. After they are able to do this, they can provide information to the next ones. Yeah, but it is not many. Yeah, so we need to provide a lot of assistance. And if there are many Indonesian people that are willing to work in this quote unquote heavens energy, then we can try it. Yeah, and for the potential of fundings, Basarnas, say Basarnas for the funding in Indonesia on an annual basis, when Basnas, yeah, when its maximum income could reach to 20 trillion a year. Yeah, so for Basnas, the fund comes from the beneficiaries. Yeah, so we can really target the poor in Indonesia. If it was mentioned in the data that there are so many who haven't really receive or enjoyed electricity, so we can actually use this. Yeah, so funding is actually one of the efforts. Yeah, we from Greenfit and colleagues from Seribu Cahaya, we are trying to build tasarruf for energy. So what is tasarruf? Tasarruf is a document below fatwa. So if we have reached the fatwa in Islamic law, we call it fatwa. So tasarruf is under it. It's still below it, below the fatwa. Yeah. So this contains the notes from the Al-Quran verses, yeah, from the Prophet companions, yeah, that this can be used as a source of energy. So we are really glad because we can work together with Laziz. So Laziz is the collector of donations in Islam. This can be used for energy. So if in the 8 asnaf part, industrial sector, the small medium enterprises sector, the educational sector, and also other sectors, yeah, religious sector, what you said? Interfaith, yeah, for renewable energy. Yeah, that's actually, I think it's today's quote, yeah. So the role of the subnational government is incredibly important, yeah, to align the policies at the national level and also to make commitment for the development of solar energy in our own areas. Even though at the grassroots on the ground, the challenges are many, yeah. Because this is something new, so we need to keep on providing education and also good examples, including what is key, as mentioned by Bu Hening and also Bu Mustika, that assistance provided to the communities must not stop, yeah, until they can walk by themselves and this can sustain, yeah. And the mechanism in our funding, this is a grant, yeah, and this is handed over and also managed by the communities, starting from the planning, suggesting we have to engage the community, and for the maintenance, because the maintenance is self-reliant, so the communities must not rely on this only all the time, because if they only rely on this, this is not good education for them, yeah. So we need to keep on teaching them, yeah. Maybe like on a quarterly basis, yeah. So monitoring is still done. So for us, renewable energy, especially solar, is something that we can be hopeful for, yeah. Yes, that wrapped up our session today, yeah, Solar for All. I'm really glad to hear different perspectives from all of you, yeah. We believe that the solar energy is an energy that can be accessed by all people, yeah, for the more sustainable future of Indonesia, yeah. Thank you very much, Bapak Hasan, Ibu Mustika Wijaya, Ibu Hening Karlan, yeah. I would like to hand over the floor to our MC. Yes, thank you very much to all the resource persons and also our moderator. You may remain on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Can you give a big round of applause once again as a form of appreciation to all the knowledge they have imparted. We would also like to present a certificate. This is Renewable Energy Certificate, or REC, supported by ABT, and also to all the resource persons and moderator today. We can also have a group photo session together. So please take a step forward and squeeze in and give your best smile, and the count of 3, 2, 1. Hold on the count of 3, 2, 1. All good? Okay. Thank you once again. And to all the resource persons and our madam moderator, you may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ladies and gentlemen, so today we have listened about data and talked about the potentials of solar energy. We believe how transformative this energy would be for the communities. But beyond the numbers and graphs, there's a real story on changes, on hopes, and also better living due to solar energy. For the next session, we would hear directly those voices from the beneficiaries of solar energy that would do a monologue, yeah, from their hearts, yeah. This is the solar stories from throughout Indonesia, yeah, which will be delivered by our rector of Widya Mandala Surabaya University. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Seni Wijaya. I'm the head of the Catholic Mandala Surabaya University. Can you put the slides up? So while waiting, our university is located in Surabaya. There are 4 campuses actually. So we received incentives. So our university has one of the sustainability programs, and we received the incentives from the program. We would like to thank the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and also UNDP, United Nations Development Program, through the Market Transformation for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Project. So that at that time we built 18, yeah, so there are 18 solar power plants. They are located at each campus premise. Yeah, in Surabaya there are 4. Yeah, Pakuwon City campus with the capacity of 232 watt peak. Yeah, in Dinoyo 126, in Grahadinoyo 15, and Kalijudan 79, and there is one in Madiun City. Yeah, so these are 3 of the examples. Yeah, the installation of the solar panels. So if you look at the incentives from that particular program, it reaches 1.4 billion, yeah, at that time. So if we have this solar power plants, yeah, there is a saving, yeah, in the kilowatt hour, 20 to 30% compared to the prior installation, yeah. So during the activities in our campus, if we do not have any activities, by using solar panels, we can supply electricity 24/7 without using the services from PLN. But if we have activities, say classes, laboratories, the use covers almost 30%, yeah. But beyond that, yeah, for the use of these panels, we contributed after we calculate the solar emissions in Surabaya. For CO2, 0.27 tons, yeah, per year in terms of the emission reduction. Yeah, so I think that's all from me on solar panels. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Ibu, for giving your short presentation. Yeah, we received very good information on the use of solar panels and solar energy at Widya Mandala Surabaya University. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will move on to the next panel session, where this session will also give knowledge and also information with the theme localizing the value chain for national and global demand. This will be led by our moderator, the head of Surya or Solar Module Indonesia, Bapak Imade Santika Dwi Antara. All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Good afternoon in this good occasion. As a follow-up to the previous session, Solar for All, it is supposed to be not that complicated, yeah, but I believe this would be interesting because we'd be talking about how industry, the local industries, play a role not just as viewers or audience, but they also have significant roles, yeah. My name is Made Santika Dwi Antara, the chairman of Pabrikan Modul Surya Indonesia, or the Indonesian Solar Module Factory, yeah. I normally serve as a panelist, but today I will be serving as a moderator for the panelists that are quite interesting, actually. So I kindly invite our panelists. The first one is Ibu Dr. Farah Eliantina, SHMM. So she's the Assistant Deputy for the Acceleration of Energy Transition of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Oh, of the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, sorry. All right, second of all, our second panelist, that is not stranger in the local industry. He is Bapak Solehan, Director of Machinery Industry and also Agricultural Machinery of the Ministry of Industry. The floor is yours, Bapak. The third one joining us online, analyst of ITP Renewable, Dr. Muriel Watt. And lastly, we have Dr. Arya Savidi, the founder of the National Research and Innovation Body. The stage is yours, Bapak. All right, thank you. Thank you to the panelists joining us today. Good afternoon, all. So maybe we need to trigger something, trigger our theme today, which is localizing the value chain for local and global demand. As we all know, currently we are faced to the peak conditions. It's like the peak, where solar energy demand is trending, not only at the national level, but also at the global level. So obviously this would not just be a trend, but also an opportunity. And I think we need to embrace this. And for the local one itself, we hope we can be the key players and to use energy transition, not just as the consumption of energy owner, but this needs to be the driver of the economy as well. First question is for Ibu Farah. Ibu Farah, the question is, what are the government's strategies to ensure energy transition can drive the solar module energy or solar industry in Indonesia, but not just for the import market? Yeah, Ibu Farah, the floor is yours, Ibu. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Made. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, who are still in high spirit. Yeah, this is a critical time. It seems that everyone is looking at their watches. Yeah, if you've been here since the very morning. So yeah, this is, like a form of your enthusiasm. Yeah. So localizing the value of solar panels. So we have to adjust it with the conditions in Indonesia. Yeah. So to use the solar energy for the benefits and also the welfare of the people of Indonesia. Yeah. So for the government, there are several methods that serve as strategies. Yeah. If we look at the levels or the theories, the macro level. Yeah. Actually, we have the national vision and the global vision. The national visions, we call it Asta Cita, energy self-sufficiency. And what is it called? The target of economic growth of 8%. So those are the national visions that will drive the development of the solar ecosystem. For the global rule, there's also our commitment, yeah, for EDC, and it was also comprehensively delivered in the morning session. So this is one of the government strategies for the macro ones. And there are also derivatives like CAN, Derivare, MBTR, and so on and so forth. While for meso level, the focus is shifted to the development of solar energy, yeah, to encourage investment, yeah. So colleague from the Ministry of Industry will explain it, yeah, on how this can encourage contribution. Yeah, they can provide huge contributions domestically. Yeah. In meso, the government has prepared a regulation framework, yeah, starting from the basic licensing that has just been issued by the government, yeah. Government Regulation number 25 of 2025 as an amendment of Government Regulation number 25. Yeah, there are also regulations on TKDN. Many commented the logistic issues. Yeah, the government is currently doing revisions for the Presidential Regulation number 12 on the logistic system in Indonesia. So this is one of the regulation frameworks, yeah, by the government. And the government is also building financing ecosystem. This will encourage more approachable funding, yeah. And then the fiscal and non-fiscal framework, yeah, we have special economic zone for pioneer industry and so on and so forth. And the last one, what has been discussed this morning was to prepare labor, yeah. From the micro level, the implementation is directed to the subnational level, yeah, and also the community level. So we can conclude, yeah, from the previous materials and also presentations, yeah. So this is part of the community. So this morning as well, yeah, from the Deputy Governor of North Kalimantan, yeah, on the development of solar power plants in the province of North Kalimantan, yeah. So it's very interesting, ma'am, yeah. If I may conclude, there are two policies, yeah, based on the categories, be it from the macro side and micro side. From the macro one, there are a lot of regulations that are issued by the government, including the amendment to Government Regulation number 28 of 2025, logistics and incentives, including labor workers. So there's going to be a relation with the relevant ministry. Yeah? If we talked about this with a helicopter view, I would check as well in my members, yeah, on the benefits of this strategy, whether the benefits have been distributed. Yeah, there are also relevant ministries. Yeah, Pak Soleha in this regard as the Director of Machinery Industry and Agricultural Machinery of the Industry Ministry. So the question is, the solar energy industry is only about assembling, yeah. So yeah, when it comes to upstream and downstream, we would like to move towards the upstream level. Yeah? So what are your strategies to drive this to become more upstream? Yeah. So maybe from assembly to sale or wafer and policy record. Bapak Soleh, please. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I called him Pak Ketum, ya. Pak Made as well, yeah. And next to me, Madam Assistant Deputy Bu Farah, yeah, and also senior from RIN. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are 34 solar factories, yeah. It reaches 10.94 gigawatt per year, where 4.3 gigawatts are focused on that. Yeah, like, besides that, there are also two factories that are affiliated with Tier 1, yeah, international, PTSEG Solar Indonesia, and also joint venture Pertamina Power Indonesia. Yeah. So this is being built, and the projection is this will improve the capacity up to 4 gigawatt per year. Yeah. So 11 plus 4 is 15. Yeah. So if we calculate this using electricity supply business plan, yeah, it is oversupply. Yeah. So how can we look for a market? Yeah. So actually, the guarantee, market guarantee is something that we need to have to draw investment for the production. Yeah. So there wouldn't be a waste. Yeah. So for government spending, yeah. So we cannot also deny that just what has been mentioned by Bu Kade, yeah, in the Brika area, this is only for export. Yeah. So on the other hand, Pak Made and also ladies and gentlemen, if any are domestically made, yeah, some are still imported like duct tape, APV film, EV ribbon, and solar silicon. So downstreaming efforts can also be seen in there would be someone producing it, yeah, for silicon road and also wafer. It seems that someone is interested to make an investment here, yeah, for governmental ministries, yeah. They will always be supporting the downstreaming of solar power, starting from silica refining and also the wafer and also module. Added and also to open more opportunities. So this effort will be integrated into the RIPIN, yeah, the main natural, you know, that Indonesia is a 3 years. However, the challenge is the technology. Yeah. Indonesia has a huge potential to build integrated solar panels, yeah, from the upstream level to the downstream level. The needs of the national energy sector will become more robust. Yes, thank you very much, Mas Solehan. So the keyword is from the government support, yeah, from the Ministry of Industry on the support to reach the upstream area. It is massive, yeah, with the supply that reaches almost 15 giga per year, yeah. So for RUPS, 17.1 yeah, per year, yeah. So we need to be creative and apparently we are in an era that has a lot of challenges, yeah. And then the presidential program even mentioned 100 gigawatts, yeah. So if it's only 17.1, yeah, like it is only a year. So how do we have to, how can we support this program, yeah, 100 giga? And also PLN off-takers for this 100 giga program by our president. So maybe the next question is, I would go online. In today's online session, we have Dr. Muriel Watt. Yes, hello, doctor. Dr. Muriel, can you open your
Hello.
microphone? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? All right. Thank you. Yes, I've been listening with interest to the other speakers. In Australia, we've been also tackling the same issues. We have quite a large local demand, about 4 gigawatts a year. But that is still not sufficient to absorb the large-scale manufacturing, the size of the plants that you need to put in to get economies of scale and keep the prices in line with the Chinese
Dari solar panel juga ya. Di seputaran nilai pasok ya. Di sekitaran rantai pasok ya. Dan kalau kita ingin melihat pasar juga ya, kita the portfolio of integrated solar power plants in the domestic value chain. Pak Surya, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the question. So we would like solar energy program as a driver. So it's not only to achieve net zero emission target, but we would also like to ensure that we have growth of this industry within our country or domestically. Because if we just want to achieve net zero emission, we can just import the module, but that's not the goal. Let's look at our industry. So our industry started to grow in the early 20s, yeah. So we have PT land industry assembling solar module. So this solar module is provided in line with the demand. And this is different from the industry in the developed countries, such as in China. The industry is growing because there they support research on solar energy and they use it as an industry in their country. So we call it a push technology or technology push. Yeah. So if we want to play a role, like it or not, we have to enter the industry, because if we just follow the demand pool, we're just following the market. And as has been mentioned by Pak Solehan, the current condition with the current industry existing right now, it is more than the needs within the country. And up until 2020, it has been mentioned our target is, maybe if we divide it, it's only 3 gigawatt per year. That's the capacity. The production might not be 100%. So the production is almost 15 gigawatt per year. And if we look at the economic of scale, the industry in China is already significant, 100 gigawatt per year for one manufacturer. So we have several manufacturers. I think nearing to 11 or 10 something, and in the future it's going to be 15, and it's not enough for the local market. There are some industries having export orientation to the US and etc. But at the present time, we have geopolitical situation in the America or in the US. If we look at our tariff, our import tariff is still low. But if we want to have a development in the upstream sector, we have to create the market. This market creation is something that we must do. That's the first thing. And second of all, then we have to move to the downstream level as well. If we look at the downstream level, the demand is getting increasing. For cells, there are none of them below 1 gigawatt per year. Meanwhile, for the silicon in China, it's at the average 100,000 tons per year. In our calculation, I have the percentage actually. Based on our calculation, if the demand is around 14 gigawatt per year, then the need is about 25,000 tons for silica into silicon and then turn into silicon got. The manufacturers in China, maybe none of them is producing 25,000, but almost 100,000 right now. So how can we create that big market? Meaning that it's like fourfolds. So one in Indonesia, in our country, we need to create demand creation. And how should we create the demand creation? We need to create the target. And oftentimes we create target, but we fail to achieve the target and then we revise the target. So instead of doing so let's think about target creation, analyze the best way to create the target. So let's look at the challenges. Perhaps the policy or our regulation is something hampering us from achieving our target. And second of all, like it or not, we have to play in a global market or even regional market. It is, something that we cannot avoid. Our industry must start looking outside, at least at the level of ASEAN. So if we are able to collaborate, then we should do that because we cannot fulfill everything alone. And in terms of the technology, perhaps we can collaborate with Singapore because Singapore has a series of technological development. And if we have silica sand, maybe if we want at least 100,000 tons per year, and it is not enough to have a local market, we have to start mobilizing, expanding. And like it or not, we have to be part of the global industry supply chain. That's the first thing. And then second of all, if we are talking about the upstream sector, maybe it's not only about solar cells, because we also need to think about other possibilities, building other things such as polysilicon for wafer, for microelectronic, and etc. So this is something that we do as well. But we have challenges, like I've mentioned, almost all industries are available in China. In China, we can see that the polysilicons produced in China, most of them are coming from Xinjiang. There, they are still using fossil fuels. And if we can find, and this is another challenge actually, the need for energy is quite significant. And if we are able to fulfill the needs of the energy with renewable energy sources such as hydro and etc., perhaps we can compete. But I'm not so sure because they are dominating the market. But if we collaborate with them, maybe it's possible for them, for us, yeah. So I've also discussed with Madam in the Ministry of Industry. I've mentioned that their main program is downstreaming of silica. So I've mentioned to them, okay, these are the requirements. One of the things that we need to do is to create the market or market creation. And second of all, maybe in our local content, maybe we need to include components on research. R&D, research and development, must come with the permits or license. I've mentioned, if we do not master the technology, we will stay at the same place. We will stuck at the same place. Therefore, we need to do technological push. Is it possible? Yes, because the development of solar cell is still a long way to go. There are still lots of things that we can do. In China, the development, research is still being developed, meaning that we can catch up as long as we have integration. Integration is the key, integration between the industry and research. At the present time, research conducted on solar cell is a lot, but these research are not integrated. Maybe this research are done in universities, in Indonesia Research Agency or BRIN. So we have to focus on this. Maybe we appoint the agency conducting the research and we do pioneering at the present time. We collaborate with series, yeah, series. So we have had an agreement through IESR, Indonesia Solar Energy Research, Indonesia Solar Energy Research, yeah. The MOU has been signed, meaning that together with the industry, together with the research think tank or the research agencies, we can collaborate because integration is the key. Thank you so much, Arya, for that. So it's very interesting, yeah. Uh, researchers believe that this is the key. If the key is in terms of the commitment or demand, we can create economic of scale. So from this economic of scale, we can get competitive products. So this is very fascinating, Pak Arya. So I'd like to ask, in terms of new technology, is there any technology that can replace silicon for the current technological development? For silicon base, I don't think it can be fully replaced at the present time, because if we look at the market share, 95% of the market shares are using silicon, even though there are new materials such as perovskite, but in series, it is developed to get side.
Ah.
uh, if there can be an architecture of solar cell that is multi-junction in nature. There will be more spectrum of lights that can be absorbed. I see. Meaning that if the technology, the current technology, the most economical technology at the present time is polysilicon, meaning that we still have challenges for the fulfillment of the economic of scale. We need 100,000 tons per year, meaning that if we do such amount of exploration to produce products, and where can we sell the products? Because if we only sell it locally, maybe it wouldn't work optimally, meaning that we have to expand outside of the local market as well. Yes, that's why we have to push technological mastery as well. Because if we master the technology, then we have we will have competitive advantage, and this is very crucial. You know, this technology is evolving, and if we master one of the technologies, and as such we're going to have a competitive advantage, this will then be our advantage. It's not only to have an added value, but I think the biggest added value is the design. In terms of the design, this is something that we need to develop. Thank you, Pak Arya. I had a discussion earlier, Pak Arya, with Pak Solehan, our director. Perhaps later we can have a good news, yeah, concerning the composition of local content. Pak Solehan was there. Maybe because before I go back to Ibu Farah, I'd like to check with the floor. If you have any questions, feel free to let us know. Raise your hand so that we can have an interactive session. The committee, table G. Mention your name and to whom your question is addressed to. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam. My name is Agung. I come from a company that is not directly engaged in solar cell, but I'm interested to come to learn about cells. My company is engaged in sea cable company. I used to work in telecommunication company, PT, Limited Liability Company, Telekomunikasi Indonesia. There, where I used to work. I realized that research is going to be, I heard that research is going to be proposed as a component of local content, and I truly agree with that. Telcom, one of the success elements of Telcom was because we had research and technology division, and this division must be led by a leadership, at least those belonging to the top 5 of the leaderships. So this division must not be led by someone outside of the best 5, yeah. Must be led by qualified people, because we realize that in telecommunication world, the and this is something that is push us as well, that pushes us as well. But the show must go on. Of effort or search. If we calculate the cost beneficial ratio or cost benefits, it is not that easy to justify that, okay, to establish a division with a budget of hundreds billion and what's the profitability for the company. But anyway, if we do not start this, we wouldn't be able to be there. We in telecom, we are one of the pioneers. We have our own university because we want to invest in our people. In our company we don't have director of human resources, but what we have is director of human capital, because human capital is something that we think that can develop and having added values. So perhaps Pak Sulehan, our director, can also include this in the components of our local content, because the national industry must be supported. I myself, I come from a national cable company. We think that if we want to compete with imported products from China, it's quite challenging. If we are not protected by the Ministry of Industry, then it will be much more difficult for us, because companies will look at the cheapest. They look at the cheapest, because if they don't choose the cheapest price, then they would be questioned by the prosecutors, yeah, in the event that there is any case. Yeah, so thank you for support for us, especially our panelists, yeah, giving an example of what happens in the telecommunication sector. Maybe it was happening during the 3G and 4G eras, and now joining or following the derivative technology. So Pak Agung reminded us about our position in our industry, so that we are not only the audience or watching the development only, but playing a role as well actively. So the key is research. So Pak Arya, as the main researcher in BRIN, you can also spread this spirit to all of us. So now I'd like to go to Ibu Farah. So I heard what has been mentioned by Pak Arya, and I'd like to quote what he said, that the agenda of net zero transition or energy transition is not only the agenda on how we can fulfill the international commitment, our international commitment, but there's also a message, implicit message, on how the domestic industry can play a role, yeah? Meaning that the homework that we have at the present time is ministerial, cross-ministerial coordination, because we see that we need to harmonize all stakeholders. So the investment has KPI on creating industry, and the Ministry of Industry is also focusing on protecting local industries. And we also have the Ministry of Finance talking about economic of scales, fiscal incentive, and etc. So the question is, how is the coordination between ministries so that the policies on energy and industries can go in line? Yeah, that's a question, Ibu Farah. Thank you, Pak Made. So coordination, something it is easy to say that, okay, let's do coordination, let's do synchronization, but the implementation, I believe the audience attending this meeting also realize that we still have sectoral ego, or we still work in silo. And not to mention that, you know, uh, well, right now we have coordinating ministry. The function of this coordinating ministry is to lead the coordination among different ministries, different relating ministries. And in presidential decree or decision, it has been stated that coordinating ministry can also coordinate with other ministry. They are not only coordinating ministries under them, but they can also coordinate with other coordinating ministries. At the present time, there is no single issue that is led by one single ministry only. Yeah. Maybe if the issue is simple, maybe we don't need to have coordination. But the problem is we have complex issues. In addition to that, the government has also established some task forces to have a more intense meeting. So the goal of coordination is to meet oftentimes to provide updates or updated reports. So in the beginning of the year, we have downstreaming task force, and in the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, as mentioned by Ibu Enia, we have task force on energy transition and green economy, and including green energy industry, decarbonization in the upstream sector, and decarbonization in the downstreaming industry, cooperation, and investment, because these are important. Because it is expected that we do not only do cooperation domestically, but also internationally. And another thing is concerning just transition. This is also another crucial element. Let's say that we have had a coordination, but it turns out that the community members haven't received the benefits, then it would work optimally if that happens. And the next one is about demand creation. The government has been cooperating with Green KEK, yeah, the government is creating green zones. We are developing the criteria for special economic zone, green special economic zones, because this is also relating to the products in the tenants in the green special economic zones. Yeah, what products that they are produced, what to be exported by them, not only for this green special economic zone. We also have the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Industry, and other relevant ministries engaged. Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Farah. Very interesting. So if we look at the challenges in terms of the coordination, well, sometimes it's easier said than done. But how do we implement that? It's still something challenging for us. But Ibu, we still have, when we sit together doing coordination, we hope that we can have implementing regulation soon, because the industry is looking forward to welcome the opportunities. So not only waiting, we have to continually push, yeah? Not only waiting passively, but we have to push and work actively, yeah, by collaborating. Yeah, it's not only triple helix, but much better to do pentahelix. All right, thank you very much, Ibu. Thank you very much, Ibu Farah. Next, we would like to give the floor to Pak Solehan. This is regarding something that we often discuss, yeah, about the policy local content. Hopefully, there were no surprises like what happened last year, relaxations, policy, and etc. So level is important. This is something that we need to echo with the collaboration among ministries. We hope that my apology, the audio is breaking. So we have to stay consistent because the installation is conducted in Indonesia. So Pak Solehan, I'd like to check with you on how the policy on domestic or local content can provide opportunities. Well, I know there are challenges, but I'd like to ask on how the local content policy can provide opportunities for the industry. Thank you very much, Pak Made. Yeah, if we talk about local content or domestic content level, it's not only Indonesia doing this. All countries are protecting their industry with this local content, including developed countries, including the US. Maybe the US has more portion of local content, and developed countries are implementing these much earlier than us. Why is it so? Because developed countries have left their industry because their industry has been developing and they are shifting to their services. Their industries are moved to China, to the Philippines, to Vietnam, uh, Thailand. So local content policy is very important to increase competitiveness. Indeed, at the present time, as I mentioned, especially for solar module, components can be produced domestically. However, some parts such as backseat, film, ribbon, PV ribbon, and solar silicon are not yet produced domestically. We still need to source them from foreign countries. So this provides opportunities in addition to challenges. And in terms of the opportunities, the policies will open room for investment. This local content policy will trigger investment. If domestically we have high demand, then we can have more investment. This can trigger more investment coming from other countries in the sector of spare parts as well as components. And these can also guarantee the certainty at the domestic market for our investors. Another thing that is also important is the assurance on the utilization or the use of local products, because we don't want that big projects in Indonesia are dominated by imported products. So let's give the opportunities for domestic industries, like what Pak Arya mentioned, having more competitive advantage so that domestic products can fill in many projects that we have domestically. So from this, on the other hand, this is also part of our challenges because we have import price pressure, yeah, from China. Most of the solar modules are coming from China. The PV or solar module products are cheaper than ours. Maybe it's around 8 to 9 cent dollar, but here it can reach between 14 to 15. The source is the same actually, coming from them, but the price is different. Therefore, we need to have technological self-sufficiency. If we are able to master technology gradually, Pak Made, not only at the module level, but also gradually to cell and then to wafer and to raw materials of polysilicon, ingot or rod. So the local content will increase, the supply chain will be stronger, and the price of the local products can be competitive compared to import products. And the assistant deputy mentioned that this will open new green job opportunities, yeah, for us to be able to achieve the target on this matter. Thank you so much, Pak Solehan. I had a discussion, Pak, regarding how India protects themselves from the competition, products coming from China. So how they or India remains consistent in using local products, their local products in all sectors, including the sectors funded by the government or the private sector. And this then trigger the uh, Chinese manufacturers to collaborate with local companies. When the effectiveness can be achieved, they were thinking about building the upstream level. So they keep their local content, and like it or not, they have to collaborate because this is part of the market strategy. And then when they are busy because the local content commitment is high, then they think about reducing the price. They build cell manufacturers, they build wafer, they manufacturers and ingot manufacturers. I hope that we have the same spirit here. Like last year, I always say that which one comes first, eggs or the chicken. But right now we have been one step ahead when we have a discussion. So we, with our own roles, are thinking about this, yeah. And this is just an example coming from India. Thank you, Pak Solehan, for your response. And now I'd like to go to Dr. Muril.
Yeah, I think this was touched on a little bit by an earlier speaker already, but the more local industry you have, the easier it will be to have an active research and development strategy that works with the industry. Obviously, in our example in Australia is we've had a very active research into solar cell technology, but we haven't had the industry here to use those developments. And so in reality, all our developments have gone to China, and they have improved the Chinese products, which benefits everybody at the moment because we're all using Chinese products. But it hasn't automatically resulted in development of an industry in Australia. And so to move from doing the research to actually encouraging the establishment of an industry are sort of two separate things. And you need to be really looking at what the issues are in terms of establishing new industry in Indonesia. Is it access to finance? Is it access to skilled people? You need to have sort of a long-term strategy to be able to develop the skills base that you're going to need for different parts of the value chain. And so that's not going to be something you can do quickly. And in the innovation can come like it does with other technologies, where you're trying to develop products that your own country can use, and what are the issues you are trying to solve locally, and what are the products that would be best for you. But at the same time, people buy on cost, and so you have to have mechanisms to be able to get rid of the cost difference between producing locally and importing. And I suppose that's where your research can come in, but it also is where the government has to coordinate with the industry and with researchers to be able to identify where the main cost differences are that you're trying to get rid of, and target those with your support strategies. The more you can integrate your research directly with local industry, the more relevant the research can be and the more valuable it becomes for industry. I was interested to read this week that because of the large losses that the Chinese industries have had over the last year, they have all started to do major cost cutting. And one of the key things they have done is to cut their research and development sections. That is what industry, I guess, often does, and it's a shame because that's where your innovation and the continued development of the technology comes from. So maybe that provides an opportunity for other countries to keep the innovation going. Certainly, it's a key focus for Australia, and I know that several of your research institutions and universities have got solar research programs underway. I guess for developing a longer term view of what your industry might look like and what the whole sector looks like, you need not be just looking at the research for solar cells, for instance. You might be looking at recycling technologies and how you can develop those, and how your local circumstances dictate which things would work for you better. And it may not necessarily be the technologies that are being preferred, for instance, in Europe, because their circumstances are quite different. So there might be a lot of research opportunities, other aspects of the value stream. And as your grid penetration of solar increases, you will find that the integration strategies and the battery and other energy storage technologies and the research there becomes more important, or as important as just the cell and module research. Is there anything more specific you would like me to comment on?
Paria, this is very interesting. So when we talk about the ecosystem of solar industry, we are not only talking about solar panel, but we also talk about components other than solar panel. So what's interesting at the present time, because we have the theme in line with the country strategy, energy resilience. Yeah. So my question is, in your agency, the research that you are doing right now, regarding solar industry. You are doing a strengthening on the side of the solar panel and also in other components. My question is whether we have local inverter industry, because if we have a local inverter industry, the homework that we have at the present time is active device. The data comes to the cloud based, and the data will go out unless we have our own cloud base. Yeah. Do you or have you prepared an innovation or some technological instead of products, but some sort of technology on this matter? So please open my slide, page number 8. I'd like to share with you the advantage and profits that our country can get if we can enter this industry supply chain. So it's page number 8. Which one? This one? Or after this one? Yeah. So allow me to answer first concerning other research components in the balance of plan. So for inverter specifically, I see that we don't have inverter industry yet. We don't have inverter with the industry scale. But in the past, I saw one. They produced a prototype, but no one used it, meaning that we need protection from the government, especially when it comes to demand. Maybe for the demand, maybe we need to learn from China as well. In the beginning, in the early years of the industries in China, they had small capacity and they were not able to compete at that time because the industry was dominated in the year 2000 by Germany and European countries. What was conducted? So this is something that we need to improve. Yeah, this is just an overview. We want to have 8% of economic growth. That's what I heard from the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance, the new Ministry of Finance mentioned that 6% economic growth is possible with hard work. But once again, the key is all programs must penetrate the industry. We have to push the industry, support the industry. With my calculation, the 14 giga, because Pak Solehan mentioned that it's going to be 15 giga, yeah. With 14 giga only, if we build up until the upstream sector, so for the investment, for the case in the US, meanwhile the below one is the case in ASEAN. For the ASEAN one, the 14 giga, for the upstream, for the polysilicon, the investment is about $560 million, and this is the balance of plan. But the advantage is, it's over here. Sorry, I'm not able to see it, so I will stand up so I can see it better. So for this 14 gigawatt per year, if we reach polysilicon, we will get a revenue of about 385 million USD up until 840 million USD per year, yeah? So this is what we can get per year. Meaning that if we continually build this up until the upstream level, actually what is expected by the government, the 6 to 8% of economic growth can be possible as long as we are consistent with our program and we protect the domestic industry. So once again, that's the key. So my last suggestion would be how we can promote the demand pull industry into technological push industry, meaning that we have to master the technology. How can we master the technology? At the present time, the world is concentrating on increasing the efficiency of cell. So it is sufficient to the cell only because the solar cell, the highest one is 23% at the market right now. But theoretically, it's up to 35% for silicon. And not to mention, if we combine it with peroxide, it can reach 40 up to 50%. meaning that we are still able to catch up with this if we can start and collaborate with others. Collaboration with Singapore is very strategic. Why? Because Singapore is a small country in terms of the area. Yeah, their industries are limited and their markets are limited as well, but they have reliable research institutions or agencies, and they will certainly look for the industries and demand. The demand and the industries are located in Indonesia. So if we can collaborate with Singapore, it will be beneficial for both countries. I think that's additional information from me. So thank you, Pak Arya. Pak Arya, one thing. So it was mentioned that if we talk to the upstream level, I went to China. If we are going to sell solar module, we have to play with the volume. If we have big volume, we can reduce the cost. If we want to engage in solar cell, the key is also the volume. As long as we have a big volume, we can reduce cost. So based on the data that you have, if we want to push the upstream, what can bring benefit for us? So in terms of the technology, you mentioned that we talk about wafer silicon, um, silicon sand, and etc. So what do you think?
So if we see here, we start from polysilicon and then to the upstream. Actually, the biggest advantage is still at the cell, actually. Because this is actually the key technology of the solar this of advanced IS. So I think wise, yeah, before we go to the upstream level. So up now, we stay at the cell, yeah, and then we have to master the cell technology. If it's done, then I think it's quite good for us to give benefits to our country. Yeah? So thank you very much, Pak Arya, for the advice. Yeah. So the point of view of a researcher, as mentioned by Pak Arya, can start from the cell, yeah, to have more value added. And we talked about innovations in technology, yeah, with the concept of technology. Thank you very much, Pak Arya. So I would like to give the floor to the audience to ask questions. Bapak, please. Yeah, that's the microphone. Please say your name and also who are you going to ask the question to, yeah. So yes, thank you, Pak Arya and colleagues from BRIN, yeah. As a background, I don't need to say the name of the company, yeah. So this is a Chinese company, yeah. So I have some inputs for Pak Arya, yeah. So we started in 2008 in Indonesia, yeah. It's been 17 years, yeah. So you wrote a nice number, Pak Arya, yeah, but the reality is completely different. So I'd like to give you an overview in a nutshell. In 2021, the total volume is 70,000 metric tons. Yeah. All to semiconductor. Today we have now 6.5 million tons. Yeah. So for polysilicons in China, it's more than 1 million tons. So that's why you said the module price of 8.9 cent. That's not the cost. The cost is higher than the selling price. Why? Because the market in the world, it's 600 gigawatt at least, and 203 gigawatt is in China, yeah. So yeah, in Europe, 70, around 80 gigawatt, yeah. So the one installed in China is around 1,700, yeah. So you can compare, yeah, 1,700 versus 600, yeah. So what is happening in China is the government has taken control with associations and also ministries to stop this unhealthy competition. So you're not allowed to sell. We can undercut, yeah, you cannot sell under your cost. So yeah, the Chinese government, yeah, has been quite stressed here because the loss in the industry is around $6 million. So the first half of this year, yeah, for big corporates in China has suffered a huge loss already, yeah. And yeah, we have had a lot of workshops and also FGDs, and over the past 3 years, I've been back and forth. The minister led to the change in the regulation, yeah. So regarding the domestic component of the KDN, yeah, in Indonesia seems to be the only one country that has this market, yeah. So this silica sand is not valuable, yeah. So I'm not throwing you into cold water, but that's the fact, yeah. Yeah, so you need huge energy from hydro, yeah. That's the cheapest one for quartz, yeah. If you can make it 3.5 cent, then that's okay, yeah. As mentioned by Pa Arya, that's not oil, yeah. So that's around 3.2 up to 5 cents, yeah. So that's why they can make a lot of the grade of silicon, yeah. So quartz silicon is reducted, and we use carbon. Then the oxygen is drawn, so we have the metal grade. And we have to use purification, yeah, that is semiconductor. Chinese people can only do it up to an 11 or 12, yeah, while the German company where I worked for, we used semiconductor, yeah, so it was up to an 13, yeah. And to build polysilicon today, we cannot just use 10,000 tons, yeah. That was like long ago, yeah, 10 years ago, yeah. At least 500,000 or 300,000, yeah. And in order to build 10,000 ton, our investment was 1 point something billion, yeah. We stopped because the electricity prices in Singapore were high. The same goes for Brunei, yeah. So we stopped, yeah. We close all the activities. And if we build this today, 10,000 metric tons, the cost will not be able to compete. Yeah, as I said, in China, there are like millions of metric tons. Yeah, how can we compete? So for 10,000 metric tons, at least we have 5 gigawatt modules. Now 5 gigawatt modules in Indonesia, do we have the market for that? No, we do not. So as an input for you, if we would like to make an example of the best KDN or domestic component in the world, it's in Turkey. Yeah? In the US, there are a lot that can come in. Yeah? The same goes for India. Yeah? They do not want to produce themselves. Yeah? They get it from China. Yeah? So only 2.4 cent. Yeah. So in South Africa, yeah, we built a factory. There is a project there now. Yeah, we built a factory there. So they asked for the wafer and so on and so forth. Yeah, the best one is Turkey. What they do, they take care at the customs. Yeah, 1 kilogram is certain dollars. Yeah, so for the installed capacity in Turkey is 30 gigawatt. Yeah, and the market is for up to 5 gigawatt per year. Yeah, and the prices of the motor are quite high. Yeah, so around 13 up to 15 cent. Yeah. So there's a lot of raw material coming there, like glass, aluminum. But they managed to reduce the cost, yeah. And what happened? The implementation of industrialization, that's the most important, yeah. So we don't need to talk about downstreaming to wafer, yeah. Last year, I signed an MOU with Pak Luhut, yeah. In Indonesia, we have a market of 5 to 8 gigawatt, yeah. I can build up to 5 gigawatt from wafer cell to module, yeah. And also the horizontal energy, like industry, yeah, like silicon, jumping box, POE, and we didn't have aluminum, yeah. And we built glass in Gresik, yeah. So to achieve the local content level of 60%, the most important thing is how can the government provide a platform so we can build an industry and there is disbursement, yeah. So it's not that we build a factory and we halfway through and then all, like give wafer, yeah, like floating PLN and so on and so forth, yeah. So for us who are seriously building a factory like us Indonesians, we do not serve as the host, yeah, because we see a lot of foreign workers, yeah, that's the fact, yeah. We here just a labor worker. So what happened? If the market is good and Indonesia has the platform, don't worry, you can just go to Batam, yeah. You can just do export of the modules to the US, yeah. So I think, yeah, Indonesia will be charged with the tariffs, yeah. So that's the price of polyethylene is around $6 to $7, yeah. So who has the money, $1 billion, yeah? I don't suggest them to go to polyethylene, yeah. It's better buying shares, yeah. What's your name again, Bapak? Thank you very much, Pak Insan. Give a big round of applause. So I felt like when I was, like IESR colleagues wanted to talk about this, yeah. So it has been mentioned by the Bapak before, yeah. So thank you very much for the question. Does anyone else want to ask questions? So yeah, to have a proper closing, I think it was properly closed by Pak Isanya with his opinion. I also feel the same, Bapak, yeah, with you. But in principle, because we also understand when we have a discussion, everyone has their own KPI or area of expertise, yeah. We talked about coordination, and it was also delivered by Ibu Farah. The context of coordination, it is easy to talk about. There needs to be realization on what we are doing, yeah. So Bu Farah and all the panelists they convey the aspirations from the industry. We hope for the commitment and our message from the industry as well. Don't change the regulations too frequently, yeah, because regulations, like the changes in the regulations really disrupt the investment atmosphere, yeah. So yeah, sometimes factories feel reluctant, yeah. So hopefully with the pentahelix we can also do this, so that our aim to advance the solar energy can be realized, yeah. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you very much, Bu Farah, Pak Solehan, Pak Reza, Pak Ria, and also Dr. Muriel. Thank you very much for the time and opportunity. Give a big round of applause to all the panelists. I would like to hand over the floor to the MC. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, thank you very much to all the resource persons and also the moderator. Please accept our appreciation. Yeah, it is the renewable energy certificate for all the panelists. And after this, we will witness together, we'll invite the media to come forward and capture this moment, and also our panelists joining us online. Yeah, we are going to take a group photo. Yes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain on the stage. Please do not return to your seats yet, because we'd like to invite all the invitees to come to the stage to have a group photo session. So please rise and please come to the stage, because we're going to have a group photo session for those of you who are still joining us up to the very end. Yeah, can we give a big appreciation to all of you? Yeah, so I would like to invite all of you to come to the stage so that you can all be seen. Yeah, don't be shy. And I would also like to thank our sponsors. Yeah, without the support of our sponsors, this event will not run well. So thank you very much to Pertamina NRE, or New Renewable Energy. And also thank you to Tenggara Strategics, that have supported this event so that this event can run smoothly. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, for those of you in the back. Yeah, HIJK, LMN, GHI lines, please stand up and come to the stage. Can we make one more line? Squeeze in. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us. It seems that there is still space. You may join us, please. Okay, all good. Media. All good. Okay, please give your best smiles to the camera on the count of 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. One more pause, yeah. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give a big round of applause? Thank you very much for your enthusiasm so that you can stay. So for your information, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation materials, and also the recording can be accessed if you scan the QR code, for your feedback form, it is available on the screen. So we really appreciate your feedback for better organization going forward. So hopefully our spirit today will become a tangible effort to advance solar power as part of the climate action, and also even distribution in Indonesia. And also I would like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, to fill out the feedback form to make our event better in the future. And you can also gain the presentation materials and also the recording for this event. Once again, I would like to thank all the support that has supported this event. Yeah. Up the end, my name is Priska Priscilla. I would like to wrap up today's event. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all and stay well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you lost your electronic card, ladies and gentlemen, if you lost an electronic card, a black electronic card with Evolve written on it, you may get it at the desk close to the stage. Once again, if you feel like you have lost your e-money card or this parking card because you need to use it to leave the Borobudur Hotel, please contact the desk close to the stage. Thank you for your attention.
Recording stopped.